The Navy leapfrogs jump team Saturday as the teams performed. Hood's parachute had automatically deployed when he hit an apartment building before falling to the ground. He was pronounced dead yesterday afternoon at the hospital. The other parachutist suffered a broken leg but is expected to survive. An off-duty police officer who has worked with Patrick Kane for years is revealing information about the night Kane was accused of rape. The Buffalo News reports Lieutenant Thomas English said he witnessed no inappropriate behavior while serving as Kane's chauffeur on August 2nd. English says he was with Kane at a downtown Buffalo club, and when he drove the Blackhawks star, a friend, the accuser, and her female friend to Kane's home in Hamburg, New York. State officials are looking into a situation where personal worker information may have been compromised. The Illinois Department of Corrections says a response to a Freedom of Information Act request by a civilian included names, ranks, salaries, and Social Security numbers of employees. Department officials said Friday there's no indication of misuse of that information. The city of Chicago appears to be making a lot of money from red light camera tickets. The Sun-Times reports the city has generated nearly $285 million in fines from 2.2 million tickets handed out since Mayor Rahm Emanuel took office. Sports, Chris Sale struck out 15 Sunday, and the White Sox edged the Cubs 3-1. Bears first-round pick Kevin White is expected to miss at least 6 games due to a stress fracture in his shin. News is a service of Boys and Girls Clubs of America. It's 3 p.m. School's out for America's kids. And when school's out, clubs are in. It's time to support the Boys and Girls Clubs. Visit greatfutures.org. AM 560 News Time, 5:04. Where are the cars? The Answer in 2 minutes on AM 560, The Answer.
This election season, there's only one place in Chicago where you can weigh in with your opinion on all the candidates, from the debates to the primaries.
If it weren't for me, you wouldn't even be talking about illegal immigration.
From the conventions to Election Day.
What is he for? I have no idea whether he's conservative.
We need to control our border. It's important to be qualified.
We're your election headquarters in Chicago.
I'm a conservative, pro-life governor in a state where it's really tough to be both.
We're AM 560, The Answer.
Change in the market shouldn't be a surprise to anyone. In fact, since World War II, we've seen a correction on average about once every 18 months. That's why Arlington Capital Management developed proprietary tools that help them to see what's beyond your investment horizon. Like an experienced ship captain uses tools to avoid stormy weather, Arlington Capital Management uses tools to guide you through market corrections before it's too late and help us decide when to capitalize on opportunity. Call Arlington Capital Management today at 855-471-5796 to learn how their active management systems can help you.
Okay, thanks.
Each day, they actively explore the market, our economy, and all the variables that affect your investments. Stormy markets never cloud their vision. The professionals at Arlington Capital Management use their tools and experience to guide them. Call Arlington Capital Management today at 855-471-5796 for a financial review. The number again is 855-471-5796 or learn more at arlington-capital.com.
Checking traffic now from the ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center on AM 560. The Answer. Got a couple of crashes on the tollways. Tri-State northbound at Crawford. Right lane is blocked with a collision involving a semi. Adams Tollway eastbound east of Randall Road. 2 right lanes are blocked due to an overturned vehicle. You have some roadwork delays in northwest Indiana on westbound 94, State Road 49 to US 20. South side, crews are cleaning up after an earlier crash at 95th and Stony Island. Traffic is a service of Unbound. Poverty doesn't discriminate, it feeds on the forgotten. At Unbound, they believe in the collective wisdom of society's oldest and most vulnerable. Providing sponsorship for the elderly is just one way Unbound is different. Learn more at unbound.org. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson is coming up next. Now your official Chicagoland weather forecast. The AirComfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, a tradition of excellence since 1935. Here's meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
A mix of sun and some clouds today with a couple of showers and a heavy thunderstorm for the afternoon and evening. High of 88. Tonight, partly cloudy with a shower or thunderstorm spots late at night. Thunderstorms can cause flash flooding. Low of 69. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560. The Answer.
Right now, 73 degrees at O'Hare, 76 at Midway. Next news at 5:30, and Chicago's Morning Answer starts now on AM 560 The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by In the Crease Hockey Radio with Kenny McCudden. Heard Sunday evenings at 11 and brought to you by Garden Fresh Market.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson. So, Amy, I'm sorry you didn't win the hat competition at the Arlington Million this weekend. I saw the picture you tweeted out.
Yeah, did you like it?
I noted that it was clearly I'm pretty good about women's fashion.
Yeah.
And it looked to me, correct me if I'm wrong, that hat was a limited edition from the Dorothy Tillman collection.
No, actually, that hat, I went through every store possible to try and find a hat to match my purple and white dress. And finally, you know what? I just went to a florist, and I have this $1 hat that I bought at the Dominican from one of our trips that we went on. It was a $1 hat. I brought it in, and I said, this is what I'm wearing. Can you put some real flowers on it? And she put a nice little bow around it. $7 later, I'm out of there, and I thought, I'm going to win because no one has this hat. Because you can't get that hat. It had to be created, Dan. And I didn't win. But I did pick up the Congeniality Award.
Sure you did.
Yeah, I did.
And I know it pains you to say this, but just to close the loop on this contest, who did win the Best Hat Award? I did. I didn't know how to tell you.
Oh, that was you down there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
The parasol, I think, really helped me. It accentuated the hat nicely. Another winner this weekend. I mean, is there anything our friend Brett Baer doesn't know?
I know. He called it.
Called Jason Day winning the PGA. That was so much fun watching the back nine with that duel between Day and Jordan Spieth. But, yeah, Brett Baer called Jason Day, and Jason Day comes in at 20 under and wins at Whistling Straits.
It was the best major win ever, right? 20 under?
Yeah, best score in a major.
Best score in a major. But did you love when his daughter came up to him and kind of fist bumped him and like, hey, Dad, I'm down here. Pick me up. Let's go. It's showtime.
That's how they do it in Australia.
But when he started crying before the 18th green, I just lost it. And, you know, the ladies, that's when ladies get involved in golf, Dan. When real men cry.
Men are crying. Yeah.
But he's the one, he had vertigo, right? And didn't he collapse during the last PGA Championship on the third hole and went down like the last
major?
Sack of
bricks?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's been trying to break through for a while now. He's been very close, and he broke through on Sunday. And
he broke through.
And then the Aaron Waters show, which drew 45 million people to the beach, the lakefront.
Yeah,
over
did
the
you
weekend.
watch that at all?
I did watch it, and obviously a tragedy this weekend with the Aaron Waters show. That really put a damper on it. A Navy Golden Knight killed in
Corey Hood.
An accidental running into a Navy Golden Knight, or an Army Golden Knight, and a Navy Leapfrog collided in midair. One lands on North Avenue Beach, breaks his leg. He's going to be okay. The other clips 1400 North Lakeshore Drive, a condo building, and lands on the sidewalk.
Video? Did you see the video of it?
Yeah,
it's some certain publications are releasing the entire iPhone footage, but it's so disturbing because I guess apparently when they collided, he was rendered unconscious, and then he just slammed into that building and landed on the sidewalk. So.
Yeah, so a freak accident. Obviously, these guys are armed services. They're very experienced. I think Corey Hood have over 500 jumps, and
but he served 5 tours of duty in Iraq and Afghanistan, and he dies this way. I mean, it's horrifying for the kids to try to explain that to him what happened. So I don't know if it's worth it. I don't know if the Army Golden Knights are going to be back next year or what's going to happen.
They'll be back.
They'll be back.
I'm sure they'll be back. I actually got to jump with the Army Golden Knights a few years ago.
You did? Did you know him? Because he's been with them for 9 years now.
I don't believe so, but maybe he was included in the deployment that went up with candy asses like me to allow us to jump with them one time.
So you did a tandem jump, or were you on your own today?
Since that was
PhD, pull here, dummy, and we'll see.
Yeah, that was a tandem jump because that's how it works when you jump with the Golden Knights.
I didn't know if you
they're not
training.
chaperoning you in the air, except tethered to you, and it was so much fun. And they were such cool guys to see one lose his life like this. Very, very sad. On to matters political, because there's a lot of developments over the weekend. I mean, it really looks like at this stage, Hillary Clinton could use a good Bill Clinton sex scandal.
Really?
Because she needs to deflect attention away. I mean, it's time to throw Bill under the bus with whoever his girlfriend is now. It's time to bring her out of the shadows and put her in full public view because Hillary needs something to deflect attention from this burgeoning email problem she has. And it's not an email problem. It's a being lawless with state secrets. Maybe questions starting to be raised. We'll see.
What question's that?
Maybe she was trading in state secrets.
Ooh.
You know, I mean, running the Clinton Foundation ain't cheap. But we know over the weekend some new developments as they're pouring through these emails. The number of classified emails that were found on Hillary's server and were found to have not been protected as they should have been has increased from 4 to 60.
That's a sizable amount there.
And one suspects that number's only going to go up as they continue to go through the other remaining 30,000 emails. So she just got a real problem on her hand, a problem she doesn't take seriously, at least in the public eye, but I'm sure her campaign is taking seriously. And one of the interesting reviews of this comes from Ron Fournier, National Journal. He was on Face the Nation on Sunday. Ron Fournier, he calls himself an independent voter. He's left, okay? He's a good journalist, but he is left. Fournier has asked the best question of Hillary, rhetorically, not to Hillary, that I've heard yet this campaign cycle, which is, I wonder what the Hillary of the Watergate era, that young lawyer who was on the Watergate Investigative Committee, I wonder what she would think of the Hillary Clinton today. Great question. I hope someday he's able to ask her that. But here's Fournier on Face the Nation over the weekend talking about one Hillary Clinton.
I don't disagree with anything you're saying, but it's not the only issue. Covering politics isn't just about who's winning and losing and who's going to win or lose. There's some bigger issues involved in it. Look, I'm a swing voter, an independent voter. I've known and respected her for a long time. A year ago, if you'd asked me, hey, would you consider working for Secretary Clinton? I'd say, yeah, I'd think about it. 6 months ago, if you'd said, hey, would you vote for her? I'd say, yeah, I'm likely going to vote for her. Now I can't tell you that I trust her because there's some big issues involved. I can't tell you that I trust her with the Freedom of Information Act and our public records. I can't tell you I trust her with Congress's right and responsibility to conduct oversight. I can't tell you I respect her with historians' right and responsibility to look back on archival document and see how our leaders lead. If this precedent that she has established is allowed to stand because she won, the public memory will be under assault forever. There will no longer be a public memory if everyone conducts themselves the way she has. And I haven't even talked about classified documents. I also wonder about, every time we have a scandal like this, how does it reflect on the kind of leader the person would be? You write a lot about this, John. What does it say about the kind of leader they'd be? Well, is this someone who we can really trust to be transparent and accountable? Is this someone whose judgment we can count on? Is this somebody whose integrity we can count on? I don't know if I can trust Hillary Clinton anymore, and it doesn't make me happy to say that.
I'll tell you who won't be moderating a Democrat debate, Ron Fournier.
He just lost his seat at the table for that? Well, that's an amazing comment, especially coming from Ron Fournier, that's for sure. But Hillary has been joking around all weekend about this email scandal. I don't know if you saw this at the Wing Ding dinner. Are you familiar with the Wing Ding dinner?
That's out there in Iowa.
Yes. She joked around about, now she has Snapchat. And, of course, Snapchat disappears after 6 seconds.
You may have seen that I recently launched a Snapchat account. I love it. Those messages disappear all by themselves.
A little too soon, I think, first of all. But this is what the Democrats, they don't see anything wrong. I hung out with a bunch of Democrats on Saturday night, and they're like, we don't care. We don't care about her emails.
Well,
we don't care. I mean, what it says classified, it says top secret, but what's in those? And I said, I don't know, maybe because it's classified and top secret, we don't know exactly what's in them.
Yeah, I mean, your Democrat friends need to pay a little bit closer attention, or maybe just ask them a larger question. Do you have any respect for the law? Does the law matter to you? Because if it doesn't matter, that's fine. Then we have nothing more to talk about, and you'll be one of the 40% that votes for Clinton, no matter what she does. She could be strangling kittens on Michigan Avenue, and you'd say, "What's the big deal?" They were probably going to be put to sleep anyway. I mean, this is the Clinton voter mentality. That's just like. It's like Salon.com readers. It's a non-invasive lobotomy. All you have to do is listen to Clinton and believe her, and you lose IQ points. So that's the question. Do you care about the law? Because there are people who do care about the law. One of them is Bob Baer, who was a career spy. He's on CNN, and this is not really a partisan guy. He doesn't really take sides, Democrat, Republican. Here's what Bob Baer had to say, among other things, about Hillary Clinton.
Well, it's not clear on the basis of the information publicly available whether she knew that the information was marked this way. The information did get to her, but she is saying, as Secretary of State, she didn't see any reason for alarm. Should we believe it?
If this was on her server and it got into her smartphone, there's a big problem there. Seriously, if I had sent a document like this over the open internet, I'd get fired the same day, escorted to the door, and gone for good, and probably charged with mishandling classified information.
Baer continued.
There's a school of thought that says the U.S. government does things crudely. It's a big instrument. It's not always a precise one. State Department handles thousands of documents a day. I understand what you're saying. Should anyone think, well, these things happen, sometimes stuff drops through the cracks?
No. When I was overseas at various stations, I had encrypted communications, and I wasn't even allowed to receive documents like this over highly encrypted communications. We're worried about leakage and the rest of it, storage, leaving it in hard drives. It couldn't be sent from Washington. This is very, very serious stuff. And in the discipline of the national security establishment, you never let this stuff out of your hands, and especially on a handheld. And if this, in fact, were on her handheld, was sent to her, or she forwarded it anyway, I wonder if she's capable of being president.
Wow. You think this is a deal breaker for her candidacy?
As a national security employee, a former one, yes. I mean, I can't tell you how bad this is. And a lot of things get talked about, a lot of gossip, but having documents like this sent across the internet that could be hacked very easily, and probably were hacked, is a transgression that I don't think the President of the United States should be allowed to have committed.
So tell that to your Democrat friends, Amy Jacobson.
There's only one radio show in Chicago talking about today's biggest stories and telling you what they really mean. That show is this one, Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
Hot and sticky out there, 73 degrees right now, going up to a high of 86 degrees. We have a chance of a scattered thunderstorm. And then tomorrow, more chance of rain, a high of 84. Let's get the travel times. Check in with a man doing double duty today, Jim Talamonte.
Good morning, Amy. Good morning, Dan. Northbound Tri-State, there's a crash at Crawford Avenue. 2 right lanes are blocked. Semi-involved there. Eastbound Adams Tollway, just 1 right lane is blocked now at Randall Road after an earlier collision. A little slow on the inbound Ryan approaching downtown Bishop Ford. About a 1-minute delay from Cottage Grove to the merge. And in northwest Indiana, still have roadwork delays on westbound 94 from State Road 49 to around US 20 in Porter County. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
Looking to secure financing on a new home or refinance your existing home? Then you need to call David Hochberg, Vice President of Pearl Mortgage. Bruce, married, combined income $320K, credit score 560, living in a $340,000 home in Buffalo Grove, called to refinance his 7% mortgage. Bruce's credit is low because he missed payments on $50,000 he's carrying on credit cards funding his daughter's college education. So David informed Bruce he had a better chance of giving birth to an elephant with his credit and devised a plan to enhance Bruce's credit so he can refinance. If you are stuck in a high-rate mortgage because of low credit scores, you have no idea how to increase your scores, call David now at 312-751-1333. That's 312-751-1333. You can email him at david@perldavid.com or visit his website, am560david.com. That website, am560david.com. David's helped thousands of AM 560's listeners, and he'll help you. Call David now, 312-751-1333. Pearl Mortgage is an equal housing lender, Illinois residential mortgage licensee 4358, licensed by DBO under California RMLA NMLS 19186, pearlmortgage.com/licensing.
You are a sign business, you want to grow, and you want to make more money. So do I. I want to partner with you. This is Dave Carlson, and my sign company is Franco Carlson and Company. We've been doing business in Chicago since 1894. With millions of dollars of state-of-the-art equipment, we can do any job. Trade shows, bus and vehicle wraps, banners for special events, even custom wallpaper. We can help you expand your sign business. If there is an order, any order, or a piece of business that you don't have the capabilities to do yourself, we can do it with you. You don't have to turn away any sign or print business any longer. Speed and quality to meet your deadlines. And we won't go after your customers directly. You have my word on that. Expand your sign business. Take any order. Make more money. Become a partner with Franco Carlson and Company. Contact me for a quote or stop by for a tour of our shop. Franco Carlson and Company. We are the sign company's partner.
Call Franco Carlson and Company at 773-847-6900. 773-847-6900.
This message is for home intruders, the cowards who break into people's homes to steal their hard-earned property. Criminals who shatter lives and rob people of their privacy and security.
It's
Listen
about
very
politics.
carefully. We're the home
But
security
here's what
experts
I
at
won't do.
LiveWatch.
I
we're
won't
taking
get
you
down in the mud.
Because we're letting everyone try our newest home security system for 1 full year in their home. To take advantage of this amazing offer, call now 1-800-500-9903. LiveWatch has been helping protect homes for years, and we've learned the secrets that intruders like you don't want people to know. Criminals, it's time for you to be afraid, because every person who calls will be protected against cowards like you. To the criminals listening, we're taking you down. To those who want to help protect their homes, call the security experts to try the LiveWatch security system. There are no long-term contracts, and if you're not completely satisfied, you can cancel at any time. Try LiveWatch now by calling 1-800-500-9903. That's 1-800-500-9903.
AM 560, The Answer.
And Prof. Amy Jacobson. So we've heard from national security experts like Bob Baer, CNN national security analyst, a career spy. We heard from Ron Fournier, left-leaning journalist, a pretty respected one from the National Journal on Face the Nation this weekend. You also had Michael Mukasey. Of course, Mukasey is the former U.S. Attorney General under the second term of George W. Bush. He had a piece in the Wall Street Journal, made note of this. The Espionage Act defines as a felony punishable by up to 10 years in prison the grossly negligent loss or destruction of information relating to the national defense. Note that at least one of the emails from the small random sample taken by the Inspector General for the intelligence community contained signals intelligence and was classified top secret, him obviously insinuating that this would fall under the Espionage Act's coverage. But Hillary Clinton thinks, what? It's just all
she's
politics.
So defiant. So a day after she made that snippet comment about Snapchat, saying, I love Snapchat because it just erases itself in 6 minutes or 9 minutes or whatever. She was taking the heat, and she said, listen, my constituents don't care about my emails. It's just you reporters who are making this a big deal.
But here's what I won't do. I won't get down in the mud with them. I won't play politics with national security or dishonor the memory of those who we lost. I won't pretend that this is anything other than what it is, the same old partisan games we've seen so many times before. So I don't care how many super PACs and Republicans pile on. I've been fighting for families and underdogs my entire life, and I'm not going to stop now.
Well, she'll stop if she's in federal prison. This is Hillary being defiant because what else can she do? She has to feed her base red meat. She, the idea that she won't get down.
But again, I know
she won't get down in the mud. Are we talking about the same Hillary Clinton that we've watched over the last 25 years? She won't play partisan politics. Oh, goodness.
But she said that she never received or sent any emails with information marked classified.
She just keeps saying the same thing.
I know, but she said it again even after this new round has been disclosed.
And you know what? It's not about emails or servers either. It's about politics. I will do my part to provide transparency to Americans. That's why I've insisted 55,000 pages of my emails be published as soon as possible. I've even offered to answer questions for months before Congress. I've just provided my server to the Justice Department.
Yeah.
She doesn't look good angry. She doesn't sound good angry.
Well, she's got no choice but to do this. The problem is, and she can just continue rinse and repeating the same talking points, which is what she's going to do. But Alex Semendinger in RealClearPolitics.com had a good piece over the weekend, 7 reasons Hillary's email problems won't go away. And among them, despite what Hillary is saying to, those menopausal women that are her base and your friend circle, Clinton stoked a pre-existing narrative. Controversies that reinforce impressions the public already holds roots swiftly and don't budge. Americans believe Clinton, for reasons well known for more than 2 decades, guards her privacy ferociously and is not given to oversharing. And then Semendinger goes on, foot-dragging, equivocating, parsing words in modern politics are perceived as being untruthful. That's because in the Clinton case, they are one of many reasons she's not going anywhere, in addition to the House committees that want answers. Now we have words like top secret and classified with the FBI investigating. This is not going away, so she can be as defiant as she wants. She can't make the untruth become the truth. All she could potentially do is through politics, those partisan games that she despises so much, by getting down into the mud where she won't go. Maybe through back channel she can avoid a prosecution that she so richly deserves. But that's where she's at right now. 57% of Americans don't believe that bull jive. So anybody out there is like, I don't care about Hillary's emails and this and that, and that's just a bunch of politics. Well, understand you are in what is quickly becoming a super minority position. So remove the planks from your eyes and look at the evidence that is being amassed.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper. Hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
My name is Dr. Howard. I've recommended Balance of Nature for over 15 years because of the excellent results I see in my patients. Balance of Nature doesn't make any claims of treating or curing any particular disease, but I think the results speak for themselves.
Well, I had back pain for the last 40 years. 4 days after I started taking this stuff, it's gone.
This summer was the first summer that I have not had to have a steroid shot to help me to breathe.
It's fantastic. My husband is loving the product. I'm so happy that I ordered it.
Yeah, I haven't got sick in a year, first time in my life.
When you can give your body a full variety of 31 different fruits and vegetables in their 100% natural, whole food form, you receive the unmatched balance of nutrition. Call toll-free 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com and be sure to enter promo code CHICAGO.
What could you do with an extra $500, $1,000, or even $1,500 per month? How would that change things for you? Would you buy a new car, pay off bills, or just feel a bit more secure about your retirement? What if I told you there may be a way to make your dreams a reality? I'm talking about trading and investing in the market. Now, before you say, oh no, that's not for me, just hear me out. I want to invite you to a free trading and investing class so you can check this out. And right now, if you call in and mention offer Radio 50, Online Trading Academy will comp the class and even send you home with a free $247 home study program. Call right now and reserve your seat while space is still available. Call 888-601-TRADE. Call 888-601-TRADE. Mention offer Radio 50. Call 888-601-TRADE or online at otaclass.com. That's 888-601-8723 or otaclass.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Trump dominated, on the Republican side, Trump dominated the news cycle again this weekend, but a close second is a surprising one, John Kasich. We'll talk a little John Kasich after the news.
But first, let's go back into the newsroom and say hello to Jim Telemonte, who's filling in today for Mike Scott.
Good morning, Amy and Dan. 72 degrees in Chicago at 5:30 on AM 560. The Answer. An Army paratrooper has died. A Navy jumper is in the hospital after a midair collision Saturday at the Chicago Air and Water Show. Authorities say 32-year-old Sergeant First Class Corey Hood of Cincinnati died from the injuries he suffered Saturday after he collided with a member of the Navy parachute team. Sergeant First Class Hood was a member of the Army Golden Knights. Aviation experts say a software upgrade may have caused the glitch that canceled or delayed hundreds of flights this weekend. The Federal Aviation Administration believes it's tracked the problem to an upgrade at a radar facility near Washington's Dulles International. The glitch caused more than 400 flights to be canceled. Illinois Governor Bruce Rauner is sending an amended version of a marijuana decriminalization law back to legislators. Rauner used his veto authority Friday to have the law set a fine of $100 to $200 for possessing up to 10 grams of pot. The original bill set the limit at 15 grams and the fine at between $55 and $125. Presidential hopeful and Democrat Bernie Sanders will be in Chicago today. The Vermont senator is expected to appear this evening at a Chicago meet and greet fundraising reception at the Park West, on the north side. Tickets range from $50 to $1,000. Sports Sunday, the White Sox salvaged a game from the Cubs 3-1 at the Cell. Chris Sale struck out 15. News is a service of Mothers Against Drunk Driving. For victims of drunk and drugged driving, your grief is unique, but you're not alone. You'll always have a place at MADD. Call their 24-hour victim helpline at 877-MADD-HELP or visit MADD.org. AM 560 news time is 5:32. How bad is traffic? The answer in 2 minutes on AM 560, The Answer.
Hi, Mike Gallagher. This year, be part of something bigger than yourself and stand with Israel. Every once in a while, an opportunity to do something truly special comes along. A chance to experience something you've never experienced before and may never again. Spend 9 days this fall in the Holy Land with me and Genesis Tours. We'll enjoy safe first-class accommodations and a world-class experience in Israel. For all the trip details and to register, go to my website, mikeonline.com. Click on the Stand with Israel banner and join us for this amazing journey to Israel.
Youth Outreach Services matches Chicago teens in need with loving foster homes. Visit YOS.org to find out more. We'll give you a hand so you can give your heart.
As a parent, nothing fills you with pride more than your child excelling at something that they love. For some kids, it's sports. For others, maybe photography. At Center Stage in Bloomingdale, it's dance. Children of all ages have loved and embraced dance at Center Stage Dance Studio for years. The Daily Herald recognizes year after year the benefit that dance classes provide youths. From 2-year-olds to competitive dancers, classes exist for all styles and expressions. Tap, jazz, ballet, lyrical, even hip-hop. Dancer Magazine voted Center Stage as one of the best dance studios in America. Register for fall classes today by calling 630-529-9080 or check out some pictures and an abundance of useful information at CenterStageDanceOnline.com. Find out how dance can fit into your child's life. Call 630-529-9080 or visit CenterStageDanceOnline.com. Center Stage Dance Studio is a proud supporter of AM 560's Feed the Children.
At 5:34 on AM 560, The Answer. Here's a check of the roads. ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center. See delays on the Tri-State Tollway northbound 294 at Stop and Go Kedzie to Crawford. There's a crash. 2 right lanes are blocked there. Inbound Bishop Fort got a 5-minute delay now from 115th to the Ryan. The inbound Ryan got a 3-minute delay from 18th to the Burns Circle. The other expressways and tollways are good for now. Starting today on Metra's Rock Island line, track work begins between Blue Island and Joliet over a 25-mile stretch, so expect some delays with speed restrictions. Most of the work scheduled during off-peak hours. Traffic is a service of the Ad Council. You may not witness bullying every day, but kids do. They want to help, don't know how? Visit stopbullying.gov to learn safe, simple ways your child can help stop bullying. Be more than a bystander at stopbullying.gov. Now your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, a tradition of excellence since 1935. Clouds, scattered thunderstorms are possible this afternoon, a high of 87. Tonight, scattered showers, a low of 71. And there's a chance for storms tomorrow, high of 83. Currently 72 at O'Hare. Next news at 6 o'clock, continuous coverage of the latest news, traffic, and weather at 560theanswer.com. Now more of Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by the Money Hour Radio Show, Saturday afternoons at 3 on AM 560, The Answer. Brought to you by Pure Shale Financial Group.
Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson. I won't tell Rush that we played that bumper music to come back. But you better cut that, David. Rush could be listening. So one of the candidates that has started to bubble to the surface has made a move in the polls, as this thing is very fluid, And you've seen a lot of movement. You've seen Carly Fiorina and Ben Carson make substantial moves after the first debate, particularly in Iowa, but also nationally. John Kasich as well, and in New Hampshire in particular. And New Hampshire is where Kasich is going to have to make his bones if he's going to be a contender to the throne. And
nice. I like the rhyme.
Thank you.
Jesse Jackson.
It's what I do.
Bones to the throne.
And
if you doubt, you will do without.
Right.
If you believe, you will achieve. Don't
Wow.
I know? I
you
have
know
a whole...
too many Jesse-isms. Yeah. Well, John Kasich is saying a lot of vapid things as well, so it's an interesting comparison to some of the nonsense that Jackson Sr. spews. Here's Kasich over the weekend giving an interview at a diner, of course. I love the backdrops of these interviews. Trump gives his interview, or at least in part, on his private plane.
Right. Or in the chopper. He gave Martha Raddatz an alleged exclusive. I don't know why they call these exclusives, because he just spoke to Chuck Todd in the plane.
Everybody's got the exclusive.
But everyone's got their nice backgrounds.
It's not an exclusive. Yeah. Well, Kasich went down market and did it at a diner with Dana Bash from CNN. Here's John Kasich, and you start to hear why he's the media's favorite Republican, I believe, and I'm not the only one. And see if John Kasich, what he's saying, reminds you of any candidate maybe from 4 years ago.
You talk a lot about the fact that your faith guides you, and specifically it guided you on your decision to accept Medicaid dollars. You talk about the fact that when you die, you're not going to be asked at the pearly gates if you cut enough government spending, but did you help people who need it most? Beyond Medicaid domestically, where else does that principle guide you in your policy?
Well, I think it relates to, like early childhood education, poor kids, people who were in prison, giving them a chance to get their lives back if they want to earn their way there. But let me say that the Medicaid decision was not, I didn't read a Bible to decide that. I knew that, number one, we would save money by taking people out of prison and letting them get a job where they could become a taxpayer. So we save money over the long run by this. But secondly, there's a morality of why would we want to lock a schizophrenic or a bipolar person in a prison cell? That's not what America is.
Yeah, John Kasich, very disingenuous. Nobody is talking about, in terms of Obamacare, expansion of Medicaid, nobody is talking about locking people up who are mentally or developmentally disabled. That's what the Medicaid program was there. That's who the Medicaid program was created to serve. People with developmental disabilities, indigent children, pregnant women. That is not the same rationale or a legitimate rationale to adopt the Obamacare expansion, number one. Number two, controlling costs. It does the opposite, as central planning always does. John Kasich, you know better than that. It's a lot of sophistry from John Kasich, but it gets worse.
I don't read a Bible to figure out what I think,
but
I have a heart for people who, and look, I don't question anybody else's, but I just have a heart for people who have been disabled or disadvantaged, and I care about them.
You talk about the social safety net in a way that a lot of Republicans don't. You sound like a Democrat sometimes.
I think Republicans allowed themselves to be put in a box. Like, if I care about people, like some lady whispered to me when I walked out of the town hall, she says, "Thanks for caring about people." And she's like whispering, like that's, no. To me, conservatism is giving everybody a chance to be able to be successful. That's the way Reagan was. I mean, that's common sense.
Yeah. So John Kasich adopts the caricature of the Republican Party from the left and says, I'm not like that. And so in terms of the candidate, he sounds like, to me, it's a more sophisticated version of this.
Of what?
John Huntsman.
Oh,
John
yeah.
Huntsman from 4 years ago, who ran for the Republican nomination, and talking about how much he disliked the Republican Party, not in the way that Trump is talking about it or some of the other crews, some of the other anti-establishment candidates. Republican Party is great if we get back to this place. Really saying, I'm not a Republican running as a Republican, because the Republicans are all of those things that the left caricatures it to be. That's a little bit what John Kasich is doing, and it's so disingenuous, and it's also wrong policy-wise. There's nothing laudatory, despite what John Kasich thinks. There's nothing that demonstrates someone's heart by using force, which is what government is. Government is force. We learned this from George Washington a couple hundred years ago, plus John Kasich. We also learned from George Washington that government is a dangerous servant and a fearful master, John Kasich. So lauding government as the means to demonstrate your heart, no. That is not conservative. It is not effective. In addition to that, forget the philosophy. We have seen that Kasich is essentially saying, you put me in charge. I'm going to make big government social welfare programs work because I have a heart where other Republicans don't. Go pound sand, John Kasich.
Well, he's trying to, explain politics through his Christian faith, I think. And
he doesn't need whoa. He doesn't need a Bible. He doesn't need a Bible to know what he thinks. Really, John? Really? I mean, if you had a sophisticated interview, which of course Dana Bash is not, it would challenge these statements. Okay, John Kasich, you don't need a Bible to figure out what you think. Where does your worldview come from?
Yeah.
What's the foundation? These ideas that you have, the concern for your fellow man. Did you come up with that? Was that your idea, John Kasich, or is there maybe a book that's a few thousand years old that you were reared on that has informed kind of how you think, the views you hold, and transitioned those views from kind of the personal to the political? Is that possible? Or you're just coming up with these ideas on the fly because whatever's going on in John Kasich's head, that's absolute truth. So, Kasich can't have it both ways if he's challenged on it. Either you're a Christian and those Christian ideals inform your views as a public policy leader, or you're not, and everything coming from between your ears is the residue of truth.
Is he trying to make other Republican challengers look as if they're not compassionate? And that he's the real reason because he can put himself in someone else's shoes. He realizes poverty. Remember what he said when you die and get to the meeting with St. Peter, he's probably not going to ask you much about what you did about keeping government small.
Right.
Remember that move?
Well, right.
That statement?
And that's what he's doing with Dana Bash again. He is saying, I have compassion because I support big government, and I support big government because I have compassion. It's a bit of a tautology because Kasich has a position that is untenable on the merits, and so he has to use the emotional appeal. Kasich is a smart guy. He's a sophisticated politician. He's been around this for a long time. He understands market positioning, but understand what he is doing. It is just market positioning. The substantive policy position he has taken, for example, on Obamacare Medicaid expansion, is indefensible. And he adds insulting to it when he essentially suggests, I did the compassionate thing, and that those who don't agree with big government gambits that we know won't work and won't work at exorbitant prices, they're not compassionate. They don't care about their fellow man. Well, John Kasich is all wet. Tom and Schaumburg, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Yeah, I picked up on that in the first debate. I love the way Mr. Kasich just stood there and bragged about all the wonderful things that he did with the money that he stole from our children and our grandchildren. The guy's a piece of garbage.
Thanks for the call, Tom.
312-642-5600 is our number.
Here's the other thing that's going on. And Mark Halperin was on Face the Nation this weekend. Mark Halperin from Bloomberg News, longtime Politico pundit. I think he's got the sussed out pretty right in terms of the jockeying for position to be the establishment candidate. And Kasich is in this mix. Listen to what Halperin has to say.
And I think today, if you look at, again, the four people the establishment talk about, leave Governor Christie aside, Kasich, Bush, Walker, Rubio. The one who right now is a rising stock, the one who has got the least obvious blemishes in terms of momentum is Kasich, but no one's gone after him yet. Even Trump hasn't gone after him yet.
No one's gone after him yet, but it's coming. And here's the most important point Halperin makes about why Kasich is on the rise and why he's someone you have to watch, because he's got a friend in his corner, not among the Republican primary electorate, but perhaps a more important friend.
And not to take anything away from what Ron said about him and others have said, he's the media's favorite candidate, and that is a dirty little secret that it is a big benefit. George Bush was the media's favorite candidate in 2000. McCain was for a time. When you're the media's favorite candidate, you do well.
And any Republican, you think?
Oh, yeah. And you especially do well in a crowded field. That's a huge advantage. And now the field's not going to be 17 candidates once you get past New Hampshire, but it'll still be crowded. In a crowded field, that's a big advantage for a candidate like Kasich. Peggy on the north side. Hi, Peggy. Hi, Peggy.
Hi. I thank you for doing this because I'm not terribly politically sophisticated, and I would have never caught the thing on John Kasich unless you had brought it up.
Thank you.
But I wanted to say that there are people in the private sector who've done fantastic things in prison work. One was Chuck Colson.
Sure. Prison Fellowship.
Prison Fellowship did a lot of good stuff, but he was not in the public sector. He was in the private sector. And he really did some good work, but I don't see how... I mean, the points that you brought up, that government tends to expand the administration and do less actual effective work. And, God, I didn't know that about John Kasich. All right.
Thanks for the call, Peggy.
Just wanted to say that. Bye-bye.
Appreciate it. Yeah, we're bringing up Chuck Colson Prison Fellowship, good example of private action. There's a lot of other examples. But even more to the point, it just goes back again. There are programs that exist without expanding Medicaid under Obamacare, and that's what John Kasich wants to avoid talking about straight away, that deal with all of the vulnerable populations or populations you want to give a second chance to, like convicted felons, and that Kasich is otherwise referencing. Randy in Crown Point.
Morning, guys. Look, here's where Kasich is. He is doing what every politician has done in the last 20, 30, 40 years, and that is starting to tap into the emotional side of politics. We don't elect, this country hasn't elected a politician based on substance for decades. Why would we start now? We're foolish enough as an electorate to look at the emotion, look at the skin color, look at the hype rather than who the individual is, rather than the substance of the individual. You can argue that Reagan did a little bit, but Reagan was still part emotion. Once he got there, I mean, the emotion of getting rid of Jimmy Carter was enough to elect Reagan or anybody else that time. But once he got there, it's what he did when he got there that marked him. It wasn't the prior to. It's all about emotion. And if Kasich can touch the emotion of that 47% that Mitt Romney talked about, then Kasich has a real shot at something here. Not that I support the idea. I'll support the candidate as a Republican, but the reality is it's all about yes. Emotion, about hype.
Thanks for the call, Randy. You know, there's a difference between emotion and sophistry. There's nothing wrong with making an emotional appeal that's rooted in substance. Emotion is part of how people react. It's part of how you need to persuade. So there's nothing wrong with emotion, except when it is to disguise rather than enhance substance. Ron on the South Side.
Hey, Dan, well, I told you I'm a Kasich fan. When you look at Ohio, most people will agree it's a microcosm pretty much of this country. But my question is, Dan, do you want to just continue to hold on to supporting conservative who not going to win, or possibly Republican who can win? Certainly, you may not agree with everything with John Kasich, and I know you can't just really believe that all government is bad. I think Mr. Neal in the Sun-Times wrote a good article last week about when government can be helpful, even with regulation. But I tell you what, just hold on to that criteria. If you don't meet my idea of the criteria, you know what? Good luck, man.
Hey, Ron, listen. Ron, listen. This is what primaries are for, to get the best possible candidate. And if Kasich would somehow emerge as the nominee, then there's enough there for me to support Kasich. But this is the vetting process, and I don't like where Kasich is going here, because this idea of running to be the media darling rather than running to be a conservative free market leader, there's a big difference there. We've seen the running to be the media darling for the last couple of cycles, and that hasn't worked out particularly well either.
He's running to be the media darling?
I think that's what you're doing when you're doing kind of your John Huntsman dinner theater routine, which is what he did over the weekend with Dana Bash. Appreciate the call, Ronna.
Okay.
Take care.
You're listening to Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Still waiting for the sun to come up. 73 degrees right now, going up to a high of 86 degrees. It's hot and sticky out there. We can't rule out a chance of a scattered thunderstorm this afternoon. Then tomorrow, another chance of rain, still humid, a high of 84. Let's get the travel times and go back to a man working double duty today. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. Good morning. Kennedy Expressway outbound. All lanes are blocked at Montrose. Police are investigating a shooting near Sayre. Don't have any reports of injuries, but there is a vehicle damaged due to the situation. Again, outbound on the Kennedy at Sayre. Right now, nobody's getting past Montrose. Northbound Tri-State, there's a residual delay. Kedzie to Crawford. There's a crash involving a semi. 2 right lanes are still blocked. Inbound Stevenson, just a little slow, Cicero to Kedzie. Inbound Ryan has a 5-minute delay from the Stevenson to downtown. Bishop Ford, a 5-minute delay from 115th to the Ryan. Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
With an increasing number of Illinois concealed carry instructors having their credentials revoked, don't leave your training to chance. Safer USA, Chicago's trusted name in firearm training, has trained almost 6,000 students to be responsible firearm owners. We're offering the most comprehensive Illinois concealed carry program available. Our program will actually prepare you to carry a firearm for personal protection, including firearm, holster, and ammunition selection, a comprehensive law review designed to keep you out of trouble, and even how to deal with home invasion. We provide the firearm, ammunition, holster, class notebook, and lunch. Safer USA and the Aurora Sportsman's Club invite you to participate in this one-of-a-kind Illinois concealed carry program. For more information, visit saferusa.com or call 877-954-3030. That's 877-954-3030. Safer USA, choosing to own a firearm is your business. Teaching you to own it responsibly is ours.
Summer is here, and your business can't afford mechanical issues with its HVAC system. You also don't want just anyone doing the job. When you want the best trained and skilled team, you want Air Comfort, Chicagoland's leading full-service mechanical HVAC and refrigeration provider. Each year, Air Comfort invests in ongoing staff training to keep up with changes in technology and products. Why is training so important? Because Air Comfort understands that doing the job the right way the first time is just the beginning of a long-term relationship with its clients. That's why Air Comfort is a proud supporter of the UA Standard of Excellence and is certified as a star contractor by MSCA. With more than 80 fully equipped vehicles, chances are that an Air Comfort technician is nearby to serve your HVAC needs. For more than 80 years, Air Comfort has earned the trust of thousands of customers with businesses just like yours. To find out more, call 708-345-1900 or visit them online at aircomfort.com.
This is Dan Proft with an Upstream Idea, brought to you in part by the Illinois Policy Institute. 66. That's the percentage of fourth graders in the state of Illinois who neither read nor do math at a fourth grade level. 2/3 of the children among the 2.1 million grammar school students in the state are falling behind before they get to fourth grade. Is this a state spending problem? State spending on K through 12 education has increased by more than 60% in real terms during the past 2 decades. Perhaps it's how the money is spent rather than how much of it is spent. And perhaps it's time to rethink how we do K through 12 education in the 21st century. Things like at what grade level we teach foreign languages, in what order do we teach science, and the length of the school day. This should sound an alarm for those in charge of funding and administering K through 12 education in Illinois to finally force real system change. For more ideas like this, visit upstream-ideas.com. That website, upstream-ideas.com. I'm Dan Proft.
AM 560, The Answer.
So I almost didn't make it to work today because on Friday afternoon, I almost got charged with a felony. I was with my kids. We were running errands on Southport, and I was...
Private email server problem?
No.
State secrets?
No. And I apparently backed up into a scooter. Yeah, a little scooter. It was
Didn't hear that?
It was a Buddy. You know, the Buddy scooter? Buddy. It's a Buddy 50cc scooter. It's like a motorized skateboard, kind of. And this guy...
No, you know what that is? That's a death wish on the city streets.
I know. Well, this guy threw down his Lululemon bag and stood in front of my car and said, "You just hit my scooter." And I said,
How did he say it?
"You just hit my scooter." And he was holding me hostage. I'm not kidding you, on Southport. And he said, "I called the police and they're coming." I said, "Hey, buddy, with your little buddy there." I was trying not to be rude, but I used to own a scooter, a real scooter, 185 cc's, not this Buddy stuff. He said, "You don't even have a scratch on your scooter." He's like, "No, it's undrivable. I can't drive it." And I said, "Turn it on." And I'm videotaping him because my kids were in the car too. Like, what is going on? And of course, he could start his little Buddy scooter.
Did he drop to the ground and start writhing in pain, pretending he had a neck injury? And then you're going to have to go to court, and he'll have a neck brace on. You're going to have to throw a suitcase on the ground, and then he'll look at and then that's how you'll...
No, at this end. No, I videotaped him too to make sure there's no injuries. And I said, "No, we're going to go to Addison and Hall, so we're going to go in the 19th district. If you think that's something, I think this is insurance fraud. I think you threw your little Buddy on the ground because the thing weighs 75 pounds.
Sounds like he weighed 75
I get to the police station and like, "Are you the one that just left the accident?" And I said, "Yes," because I'm coming here because he was kind of scaring me and bullying me. Like, "Miss Jacobson, you're going to be arrested for a hit and run, leaving the scene of an accident." So I said, officer, I will go back to the scene right now. And I gave him my cell phone number and everything. I got back to the scene. Officer Smith calmed everything down.
That's not a real officer.
Officer Smith. I swear to God, his name is 19th District. Nice man. He separated the parties. I filled out my, account of what happened. I didn't hit this Buddy scooter. I didn't hit it. There's no marks on my car. There's no marks on his. The Buddy fell over. So it wasn't my fault. So never leave the scene of an accident. But I just thought police would never come because we don't have a lot of officers right now on the street.
Let me understand this. There's a guy driving a Buddy scooter with a Lululemon bag. I'll tell you what the charges I see forthcoming for you.
What?
Hate crime.
Hey, let's be careful out there.
This is the morning show more Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
The following is a paid political announcement.
Springfield has become a machine that has empowered and enriched a handful of career politicians at the expense of the hardworking men and women of Illinois. We can't continue to send politicians to Springfield and expect things to change. We need someone with courage, someone with principles, someone willing to take a stand and fight for the people of Illinois.
I'm Paul Sirwatka. As a father of 4, I have real concerns about the direction of our state and what the future holds for our children. Our representatives in Springfield have failed us. For decades now, they knew the issues we faced, and out of fear, neglect, or self-serving interest, they refused to make the critical decisions necessary to address them. As a former firefighter-paramedic, and in my service as a village trustee, I've proven my commitment to make the kinds of tough decisions needed to get Illinois out of the grips of the machine. This is our state. This is our home. Now is the time to take back Illinois.
Visit paulsirwatka.com and join the fight to take back our state. Paid for by Take Back Illinois with Paul Sirwatka.
Got a great night's sleep last night, thanks to my Buddy. Thanks to my pillow. It conforms to my neck and back. It helps you if you have insomnia, allergies, chronic neck and back pain. Really, it's just the perfect pillow. And you can still buy one, get one free right now if you go to mypillow.com. Type Amy in the promo code. 2 pillows for the price of 1, plus 50% off pillow toppers and all other products. Visit mypillow.com or call this number, 800-489-0201. That's 800-489-0201. MyPillow is the official pillow of the National Sleep Foundation. Made in America, tens of thousands of satisfied customers, and you could be one too by going to mypillow.com, Amy in the promo code. Do it today and start sleeping better tonight. Or call 800-489-0201. Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Trump's first policy proposal.
Yes, we'll have all the details. But first, let's go back into the newsroom and say hello to Jim Telemonte, who's monitoring a serious situation on the outbound Kennedy. Good morning, Jim.
Good morning, Amy and Dan. The outbound Kennedy is shut down right now at Montrose. Nobody's getting past there. Anyone past Montrose isn't moving to near Sayre, where all lanes are shut down with police investigation of a shooting. Other stories we're watching, including the Illinois Department of Corrections investigating for a possible breach of workers' personal information. The forecast calls for a possibility of scattered storms. But first, time for an update from Fox News on AM 560. The Answer, WIND Chicago at 6 o'clock.
Fox News Radio, I'm Lisa Brady. The top spot still belongs to Donald Trump. In a new Fox News poll, as 2 other Republican presidential hopefuls plan big events today. Fox News Radio's Rachel Sutherland live in Washington.
He flew into the Iowa State Fair on a flashy helicopter. Now he's flying in the polls. A new Fox News survey has Trump with 25% support among likely GOP voters, he told Meet the Press.
I love this country, and I want to make it great again. And it's not going to be great. If we keep going the way we're going, we're going to be third world.
Jeb Bush is slipping now in 4th place. At the same time, he's set to get the endorsement of 12 Medal of Honor recipients to become part of Bush's National Veterans Coalition. John Kasich is set to make a major announcement today. No word on what that's about. Lisa.
And Rachel, more of Hillary Clinton's emails under scrutiny. The Washington Times reporting 60 emails have been found by the State Department to contain sensitive information. What sent 2 small planes crashing into each other south of San Diego? At least 5 people dead in the fiery mid-air collision. Fox News Radio's Gernal Scott with this live.
Lisa, the FAA and the National Transportation Safety Board are currently on scene in Southern California to find out what happened. Forestry official Nick Schuler describes what he saw.
A Saberline jet and a Cessna 172 had a midair collision. The details of that
crash or unknown. The two planes were on approach to Brown Field, the San Diego County airport near the Mexican border. The Cessna was said to be on a cross-country journey. The collision was described by witnesses as violent, Lisa.
Gernal, they've spotted the wreckage, but reaching it will be a challenge. In Indonesia, where a passenger jet went down in the mountains yesterday as it prepared to land in heavy rain and fog. 54 passengers and crew on board. Young Americans waiting longer than ever to buy their first homes. A new analysis by Zillow finds the average first-time buyer is 33 and spends 6 years renting before buying. You're listening to Fox News Radio. Fair and balanced.
70 degrees in Chicago at 6:02. AM 560, The Answer. Good morning. I'm Jim Talamonte in for Mike Scott. The outbound Kennedy is shut down at Montrose right now after a shooting near Sayre. Police are investigating. We'll have details on that and more traffic coming up. An investigation is ongoing after a parachutist involved in a midair collision at the Chicago Air and Water Show has died. Sergeant First Class Corey Hood of Cincinnati, Ohio, is heard here in a promotional video posted on the Facebook page of the U.S. Army Golden Knights.
Hi, I'm Sergeant First Class Corey Hood with the Black Demonstration Team of the United States Army Parachute Team, the Golden Knights.
Officials say Hood died Sunday after colliding with a member of the Navy Leapfrogs jump team the day before. The other parachutist suffered a broken leg but is expected to survive. State officials are looking into a situation where personal worker information may have been compromised. The Illinois Department of Corrections says a response to a Freedom of Information Act request by a civilian included names, ranks, salaries, and Social Security numbers of employees. Department officials said Friday there's no indication of misuse of that information. Sports, Chris Sale struck out 15 on Sunday, and the White Sox edged the Cubs 3-1. Bears first-round pick Kevin White is expected to miss at least 6 games with a stress fracture in his shin that will require surgery. News is a service of the Foundation for a Better Life. While many rose up with violence, he sat down for peace. Mahatma Gandhi reached out with the strength cultivated within his soul. Pass it on from the Foundation for a Better Life at values.com. AM 560 news time is 6:03. Where are the cars? The Answer in 2 minutes on AM 560, The Answer.
This election season, there's only one place in Chicago where you can weigh in with your opinion on all the candidates, from the debates to the primaries.
If it weren't for me, you wouldn't even be talking about illegal immigration.
From the conventions to Election Day.
What is he for? I have no idea whether he's conservative.
We need to control our border. It's important to be qualified.
We're your election headquarters in Chicago.
I'm a conservative, pro-life governor in a state where it's really tough to be both.
We're AM 560, The Answer.
2 little tablets is all it takes to make your thin hair feel and look thicker and fuller, guaranteed. Viviscal is clinically researched to promote existing hair growth from men and women. You'll love your hair growth results, guaranteed. Viviscal is
it's still not clear. Chuck, it'll work out so well. You will be so happy. In 4 years, you're going to be interviewing me, and you're going to say, "What a great job you've done, President Trump." The executive order gets rescinded. One good thing about
you'll rescind that one too.
One good thing.
You'll rescind the Dream Act executive order.
We have to make a whole new set of standards. And when people come in, they have to come in like this.
You're going to deport children.
No, we're going to keep the families together. We have to keep the families together.
But you're going to keep them together out.
But they have to go.
They have no place to go.
We will work with them. They have to go. Chuck, we either have a country or we don't have a country. Either we have a country or not. The cost of doing it. Look at the cost of what we have right now.
The cost of doing it.
Let me ask you this. Do you think
I understand it, but how do you do it?
Do you think there's tremendous cost for the illegals that are in here right now?
Of course there's cost to it.
Tremendous.
News time,
Do you think there's tremendous crime being committed by illegals?
ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center.
Tremendous. Far greater than what
slow from
and
Irving
you see
Park
it
to
all over just last
Montrose,
night.
where all lanes are blocked. Getting onto the Edens from the outbound Kennedy is fine, but past Montrose otherwise, there's no getting through. So the delay is building.
Well, for me, conservative, as it pertains to our country, is fiscal. We have to be strong and secure and get rid of our debt. The military has to be powerful and not necessarily used, but very powerful. I'm on the sort of a little bit social side of conservative when it comes. I want people to be taken care of from a health care standpoint, but to do that, we have to be strong. I want to save Social Security without cuts. I want a strong country, and to me, conservative means a strong country with very little debt.
The crash in the right lane. And traffic as a service of the Foundation for a Better Life. When Marlon Shirley was 5,
to me, I have exceptions.
Today,
rape,
as the world's
incest,
fastest amputee,
if the mother is...
runs the 100-meter in less
Let's go
time
Foreign
than it
Affairs.
takes
You
to listen
want
to
to
this.
knock the hell out of ISIS.
Overcoming. Pass it on from the Foundation for a Better Life, values.com. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson is coming up next. Now your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, a tradition of excellence since 1935. Here's meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
A mix of sun and some clouds today with a couple of showers and a heavy thunderstorm for the afternoon and evening. High of 88. Tonight, partly cloudy with a shower or thunderstorm spots late at night. Thunderstorms can cause flash flooding. Low of 69. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560. The Answer.
Right now, 70 degrees at O'Hare, 75 at Midway, and 75 along the lakefront. Next news update is at 6:30. Continuous coverage of news, traffic, and weather at 560theanswer.com. Chicago's Morning Answer continues now on AM 560, The Answer.
Listen to AM 560 on your mobile device. Now available on iHeartRadio. Online at iHeartRadio.com.
Good morning. Welcome to your Monday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
I won't pretend that this is anything other than what it is, the same old partisan games we've seen so many times before.
In the discipline of the national security establishment, you never let this stuff out of your hands, and especially on a handheld. And if this, in fact, were on her handheld, was sent to her, or she forwarded it anyway, I wonder if she's capable of being president.
What do you tell conservatives who say you and the Clintons are in cahoots?
Well, it's totally false. First of all, nobody's been tougher on Hillary Clinton than me.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Morning, Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson. So, Amy, Donald Trump, Sideshow Donald.
Oh, he wasn't a sideshow in Iowa.
Oh, I think he was. Although some of the sideshow I do like. I got to admit, some of the stuff that Trump does.
What, the free rides in the helicopter?
No, that was, well, that's...
For the kiddies?
That's one thing. I like the Trump helicopter circling over Hillary Clinton while she is greeting voters in Iowa. That is a nice little piece of political theater. I do appreciate that. Okay, so... Get to the chopper! That's it. So he's got... And I think Schwarzenegger was also driving that chopper.
Did you see all those kids? They're in the chopper, and there's some interjections. Wee! Ah! Woo!
Yeah, those weren't kids.
Oh, their sticky fingers.
Yeah. So Donald was the spectacle at the Iowa State Fair of the weekend. We'll get more insight on what happened at the fair from Matt Strawn, the former state party chairman.
I mean, he was treated as a conquering hero. He couldn't even get through the streets. There's so many people just clogging the streets trying to touch him, get a picture with him.
And we'll talk to Matt Strawn, former Iowa State Party chairman, at 7:35. So Trump unveils his first plank of his platform, if that is forthcoming. It's on immigration. Of course, that is what has buoyed his political fortunes. 6-page policy paper that includes other things, proposing to build a large permanent wall along the southern border with Mexico, and policies to end illegal immigration as well as to limit legal immigration. He talked at length about many issues with Chuck Todd on Meet the Press over the weekend. And here's the Chuck Todd-Donald Trump exchange on immigration policy.
The executive order gets rescinded. One good thing about...
You'll rescind that one too?
One good thing
You'll
about...
rescind the Dream Act executive order for DACA.
We have to make a whole new set of standards. And when people come in, they have to come in...
You're going to split up families.
Chuck,
You're going to deport children.
Chuck, no. We're going to keep the families together. We have to keep the families together.
But you're going to keep them together out?
But they have to go.
What if they have no place to go?
We will work with them. They have to go. Chuck, we either have a country or we don't have a country. Either we have a country or not.
How do you do it?
The cost of doing it. Look at the cost of what we have right now.
The cost of doing it.
Let me ask you this. Do you think
I understand it, but how do you do it?
Do you think there's tremendous cost for the illegals that are in here right now?
Of course there's cost to it.
Tremendous. Do you think there's tremendous crime being committed by illegals?
There's definitely evidence that it's happened. There's
tremendous. Far greater than what
heinous one.
And you see it all over just last night. All over. We will do it, and we will expedite it so people can come back in.
Wow.
Yes.
That video is going to be,
Well, here's the problem with Trump. it's not necessarily the kind of he's a faux conservative sort of. I mean, he doesn't really even. He sort of describes himself as a conservative, except when he doesn't. It's not even his policy positions. It's that he really hasn't thought about any of these things for a long time. So he just, starts running off at the mouth before he's connected dots, before he's actually put in the work required to take substantive positions on complicated policy issues, including illegal immigration, but not limited to illegal immigration. I know some of these things that there are some simple answers, but there are also some complicated ones. And for example, to be specific, which Trump is not usually, and he wasn't here about how he's going to move 11 to 15 million people out of the country, as Chuck Todd tried to press him on. We're going to deport people, but we're going to keep families together.
It doesn't work that way, Donald Trump.
Well, in part, I mean, with the law currently, now you could change the law, but you have an ex post facto problem if you want to try and claw back in terms of people's citizenship status. We have this anchor baby, policy now.
Right.
So if you're born in this country,
you're an American citizen.
Right. So if you're going to keep families together but deport them by so doing, you're going to deport U.S. citizens with, for example, their illegal immigrant parents in order to keep them together. Are we going to deport U.S. citizens? That's a policy problem. And that's a nuance that is not contemplated by Donald Trump. You know why? Because he doesn't think through these things. He may not know these things. I don't know. But he certainly hasn't thought through them, because if you thought through them, you would be able to answer obvious questions like the one I'm raising.
Right. But he also said in this 6-page proposal, he wants to have that wall that nobody's going to get through his wall. That's what he told people in Iowa. But he's going to force the Mexicans to pay for it by hiking fees for U.S. visas for Mexicans. Mm-hmm. Okay, that's going to work. And then he wants to triple, not double, but triple the number of immigration officers and end birthright citizenship, he said, which is the biggest magnet for illegal immigration.
Well, sure, he's going to end birthright citizenship by deporting all those U.S. citizens that were born here. I mean, that you just right. So it's not feasible. It's a crazy plan. It's a bit silly. He also doesn't address 40% of the problem, which is people who come here through our airports and overstay their visas. That is not substantively addressed. So to the extent that this is Donald Trump providing specifics, this is where Donald Trump starts to come apart at the seams, because specifics ain't his bag. And he's kind of proved it with what he offered this weekend. Let's listen to Donald Trump trying to define conservatism.
Oh, please.
Define conservatism.
Well, for me, conservatism, as it pertains to our country, is fiscal. We have to be strong and secure and get rid of our debt. Military has to be powerful and not necessarily used, but very powerful. I'm on the sort of a little bit social side of conservative when it comes. I want people to be taken care of from a health care standpoint. But to do that, we have to be strong. I want to save Social Security without cuts. I want a strong country. And to me, conservative means a strong country with very little debt.
Yeah, that is nothing approximating a responsible, accurate definition of conservatism. I'm sorry. That's Donald Trump picking and choosing particular issues and offering vague Trump positions on those issues. That's not, and some of those are run afoul of conservatism, like whatever he calls taking care of people in terms of health care. Does he mean single payer? Is he back to supporting single payer?
Is he back?
Because I don't think,
did he change his stance over the weekend?
Or I don't think government-run health care is a tenet of conservatism, even in the modern American definition that Trump just concocted on the spot. There are a lot of legitimate definitions of conservatism that are foundational, and then you explain how the philosophical foundation informs the positions you will take, the policies you will advance. But again, that requires a sort of textured thinking, a connect the dots type of explanation that Donald Trump is incapable of or uninterested in providing. Carly Fiorina, who over the weekend said she's not sure if Donald Trump is a Republican, which is a fair question.
Right, because he used to be a Democrat.
That's the kind of, yeah, but it's not so much what he used to be. It's what he is right now. Including her point being that he's willing to consider running as a third-party candidate if he's not the Republican nominee. That's her indictment, and it's a legitimate one. But Fiorina is an example of someone who does, in her descriptions of positions, in her explanations of policies, connect the dots. And boy, I just, you listen to Trump, and I, other than using him as an instrument to beat the establishment about the head and neck area, I don't see the value, because I would have a hard time if I'm a conservative listening to him talk about the range of issues he discussed with Chuck Todd and saying, yep.
Is there anything Trump is saying right now that you agree with?
Well, I mean, there's some things that he sort of says vaguely that I agree with, but in a field of 17 candidates, in a talented field of 17 candidates, his understanding of the issues, his explanation of policy is perhaps the worst of the 17. I mean, it really is. Glenn Beck had asked this question over the weekend. I thought it was pretty good. I mean, it's a compendium of all the things we've said, but he's trying to figure out why conservatives like Rush and Sean Hannity and Ann Coulter are supporting Trump or giving him quarter. I mean, again, I think they're just using him as an instrument the same way a lot of Trump supporters are. They don't really take him seriously per se. But Beck goes on to just offer this laundry list. He is part of the problem when he, by his own admission, buys politicians. He said he identifies his policies more as a Democrat. He makes President Obama look truly humble. He was very pro-abortion until very recently. He says don't defund Planned Parenthood. He is pro-assault weapon ban. He is in favor of a wealth tax that would just, quote, take money out of people's bank accounts. He is for boots on the ground in Iraq, quote, taking the oil from the Iraqi people. He's a progressive Republican. He says single payer healthcare works. He said he would give people more than just Obamacare. The First Lady would be the first to have posed nude in lesbian porno shoots. He said that he keeps all the Bibles he's given in a special place outside the city, and he only goes to church on Christmas and Easter. He's generally not a likable guy, and he has around 60% favorability with Hispanics. He's gone bankrupt 4 times. What's not to like? What is not to say?
Where do I sign up?
That description, boy, oh boy, that is your 21st century Republican candidate and policy leader. This is a deep thinker that you can rely on.
But he's, I loved what syndicated columnist George Will said on Fox News Sunday. He wanted to know if people really trust him with a nuclear weapon. And it was a great interchange between him and Chris Wallace. And it's true. I mean, do you trust Donald Trump to be in control of nuclear weapons?
Well, you'll be able to see our military coming or those nuclear missiles coming because they'll have Trump emblazoned on the side. That's the next thing that's going to happen.
The world is cracking up, and they're worried about my tone.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
74 degrees right now at O'Hare, going up to a high of 86 degrees. It's humid out there, and we can't rule out a scattered thunderstorm this afternoon. And more of the same tomorrow, hot and humid with a chance of rain, a high of 84 degrees. Let's see what the outbound Kennedy looks like after that shooting. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. The outbound Kennedy remains shut down at Montrose, but it's fine going to the outbound Eden, so that's your best likely alternate if you're headed out to O'Hare or beyond. The Kennedy outbound is shut down between Montrose and Sayre as police investigate a shooting there. The travel time right now to Montrose is 30 minutes. The delay started at Diversey. Inbound, slow Nagle to around Montrose and Division to Ohio. It's just 22 minutes O'Hare to downtown. Eden's outbound jammed Montrose to Foster. Folks, again, using that exit to Foster as an alternate. So you've got about a 5-minute delay or more now. Once you get onto the outbound Edens, it's clear past Foster. And with that O'Hare-bound traffic. Edens or Eisenhower inbound, a little slow Manheim to first, just a 3-minute delay. Inbound Stevenson has about a 7-minute delay from Harlem to Kedzie. The Ryan, a 5-minute delay coming into downtown. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
My name is David Hochberg, and I'm Vice President of Lending at Pearl Mortgage. That's right, I'm now Vice President of Lending at Pearl Mortgage. If you're looking to purchase a new home or refinance your existing home, give me a call. I'm the same guy that's provided listeners with honest advice and outstanding customer service for the past 13 years. The only thing that's changed is where I work. When you want to refinance and pay off debt, you called me and I helped you. When your kids were purchasing their first home and you wanted to make sure they were working with a trustworthy lender. You called me and I helped them. If you would like to talk to me about a mortgage, please give me a call at 312-751-1333. That's 312-751-1333. Email me at david@pearldavid.com. That's david@PERLDavid.com. Or visit my website, am560david.com. 312-751-1333. Pearl Mortgage is an equal housing lender, Illinois residential mortgage licensee, 4358, licensed by DBO under California RMLA and MLS 19186, pearlmortgage.com licensing.
I walk my dog every day, and I've got the best-looking dog in the neighborhood named Stanley. He's a collie mix. We meet the same people every day. They'll tell me, oh, he's so soft, and he's so silky. And these dogs that have the brittle hair, it's coarse. It doesn't lay nice. It's not shiny. It's dull. I tell them about Dinovite.
DINOVITE.com. 859-428-1000.
The omega-3 fatty acids. Flaxseed, zinc, alfalfa. The digestive enzymes that are cooked out of regular dog food.
Sundance's coat was shiny and glossy the way it had when she was a puppy.
We get asked all the time at shows, how do you get your dog so healthy and shiny and glossy? It didn't take very long. They've got their nice, expensive jogging suit on, and their dog has their smooth, beautiful, soft, shiny coat. So now their dog looks just as good as they do. 859-428-1000.
859-428-1000. DINOVITE.com.
You have the AC on, but part of your house, maybe a room, maybe an entire area, is too hot or maybe even too cold. The problem's been there for a while and you just put up with it. Well, it's time to find out why that's happening and maybe fix it.
This is Terry Van Summerman. My company is Air Right Heating and Cooling. Our name says it all. Let's get the air right.
Air Right Heating and Cooling is offering a special deal right now for just $98. They will come to your home and find out why that area or room is too hot or too cold. You pay a lot for your AC. And you shouldn't have to put up with the problem. Sometimes the fix is simple. For just $98, Air Right will find out why you have the problem. So find out how you can get your air right now. Go to getmyairright.com. Getmyairright.com. Tell them you want the special offer to get your air right. Just $98 to get the comfort back. Want to call them? 888-589-8584. 888-589-8584. Air Right. Decades of helping Chicagoland get the air right.
Are you at risk of identity theft? Yes. A new identity theft happens every 2 seconds. Does giving out your social security number increase risk? Yes. Putting personal information out there increases risk. If you forget your significant other's birthday, are you at risk of getting the silent treatment? Probably. No one likes having their birthday forgotten. But it won't increase the risk of identity theft. Unfortunately, things like shopping and breaches will. That's why LifeLock goes beyond free services that simply monitor credit, from detecting threats to helping resolve issues if your identity is ever compromised. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses, but LifeLock has proprietary technology to detect threats and a dedicated resolution staff to help restore your good name. Is getting the silent treatment fun? No, but it's a walk in the park compared to having your identity stolen. Protection starts at $9.99 a month. For 10% off, go to lifelock.com and use promo code NEWS.
AM 560, The Answer.
Amy, did you ever see the movie Idiocracy?
No.
It's a movie by that was done by Mike Judge. Really good satire. Mike Judge, the creator of Beavis and Butthead.
Oh, yeah.
Beavis and Butthead, King of the Hill.
Watch yourself.
Butthead. Yes. That's a good
Let's
drop.
say it again. Yeah, that is.
Yeah.
Beavis
Isolate
and...
that. Beavis and Butthead.
You know what you said, right?
The Butthead. I think I said Buzzhead. But anyway.
Sure you did.
So Beavis and Butthead and King of the Hill, Idiocracy. Terry Crews plays President Camacho brilliantly, I may add. And the more I hear Trump, like listening to these clips over the weekend, watching his interview on Meet the Press, reading his 6-page illegal immigration interdiction plan, I just keep thinking of Idiocracy.
It's a policy plan.
Actual,
it's gonna work.
President Trump would be Idiocracy come to life imitating art. Also, Trump, just in terms of more of his policy positions that seem at odds with conservatism, however defined, in this modern day. Trump in New Hampshire, big fan of campaign finance reform.
Oh, really?
Remember McCain-Feingold was one of the things conservatives didn't like about McCain? Because it limited free speech and it frankly disarmed the conservative grassroots compared to the radical left. Well, Trump says he loves the idea of campaign finance reform. Also, since he's an anti-establishment guy, he's going to stick it to the lobbyists, right, and all the other Beltway creatures. Trump, in the same little New Hampshire town hall where he talked about loving the idea of campaign finance reform, which is limiting free speech and limiting participation, also said, and I'm quoting him, "I have all these lobbyists, I know them all. I've hired many over the years. They're very good." So he apparently likes lobbyists. And I don't think there's anything wrong with lobbyists. I think lobbyists are used as kind of a scapegoat sometimes, as a proxy to pretend like you're anti-establishment. They represent different interests, and everybody's a special interest, as I often say. But again, Trump is this anti-establishment hero in the cape and the mask. I don't think so.
And today he's serving. Well, he received a summons for jury duty. And after ignoring 5 other jury summons and paying a fine of $250, today he's going to go.
He's going to have George W. Bush go for him. Mm-hmm. On the other side, the now leading contender for the Democrat presidential nomination, Bernie Sanders.
Bernie.
Also in Iowa over the weekend. Mm-hmm. Bernie Sanders, you say you want a revolution?
If we are going to transform America, if we are going to have a government that represents working families and not large campaign donors, we need a political revolution in this country. We need millions of people to stand up and make it clear to the billionaire class they cannot have it all.
Bernie Sanders runs out of breath.
They are going to start paying their fair share of taxes.
And what is the fair share under socialist Bernie Sanders? 100%, I presume. Bernie Sanders.
I think it's 85.
Yeah, Bernie Sanders is oh my. Winston Churchill famously said that socialism is the philosophy of failure, the creed of ignorance, and the gospel of envy. Failure, ignorance, envy. That should be Sanders' campaign slogan.
You've made the switch, and it feels so good. You've switched to Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Now, more than ever, choosing a real estate agent to sell your home is one of the most important decisions you can make.
I'm Ed Lukasik Jr., owner of RE/MAX Professionals. I know what it takes to sell your home.
The Wall Street Journal ranked Ed at 88th in the entire country for closed listings.
I know that there's no gimmick to selling your home, just a strategic marketing plan and the confidence needed to make your transaction successful.
Chicago Agent Magazine recognized Ed as the #1 rank in Will County.
You can hire anybody to list your house, but you'll need the local market knowledge that I have to sell it.
When Ed saw market trends change, he was ready and promptly received a RE/MAX of Northern Illinois Trendsetter Award.
Sure, it takes awards, but it also takes a lot of effort. So why would you try to sell your home with a we'll sell your house or buy it from you kind of agent? If an agent has to promise to buy your listing, then something's seriously wrong.
Call Ed Lukasik Jr. of RE/MAX Professionals, 630-679-5454. That's 630-679-5454. Sell your house with the professionals, RE/MAX Professionals.
For a long time, Turnkey IT has been providing solutions to AM 560 business owners. It's a name that you have come to know and trust. These guys do it all, from on-site service calls and help desk to all-in networks. They have a plan that fits your company's technology needs. Want to move your business to the cloud? Turnkey can migrate your network to Microsoft's Office 365. Is having someone to call when you misplace a file or accidentally open that email with a virus important? Well, then Turnkey's got you covered. Time for all new equipment. With Turnkey's all-in plan, your business will have brand new equipment and the highest level of support you can find. Do you want professional and timely support from your IT company? Of course you do. Turnkey is prompt and responsive to support requests, shows up on time, and provides service even after normal business hours. Turnkey IT knows your network is truly the heartbeat of your company, so focus on your business and leave the technical stuff to the pros. Visit turnkey.pro today for a plan that fits your needs. That's turnkey.pro.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Could African Americans qualify as refugees in America? We'll have that at 6:36.
But first, let's go back into the newsroom and say hello again to Jim Telemonte, who's filling in today for Mike Scott. Good morning, Jim.
Good morning, Amy. Good morning, Dan. We have 70 degrees in Chicago at 6:30 on AM 560. The Answer. New reports claim that investigators have now flagged dozens of Hillary Clinton's emails from her time as Secretary of State because of classified information. The Washington Times reports this morning investigators now cite 60 emails that include classified data, and that number is likely to jump. An Army paratrooper is dead, and a Navy jumper is in the hospital after a mid-air collision at the Chicago Air and Water Show. Authorities say 32-year-old Sergeant First Class Corey Hood of Cincinnati died from the injuries he suffered Saturday after he collided with a member of a Navy parachute team. A search continues to find a Hoffman Estates man who went missing after he attended the Chicago Air and Water Show. Police say Steven Sanchez was last seen Saturday night near Burnham Harbor. His motorcycle and cell phone were found a short time later downtown near the Burns Circle interchange. Anyone with information is asked to call Hoffman Estates Police. An investigation continues after a man was shot by Chicago police on the south side. Police say officers had pulled over a car Saturday night. The vehicle was suspected of being stolen. The driver reversed, hit another vehicle, then accelerated towards the officers. One of the officers fired twice and hit the driver, who was wounded. He is in stable condition. Sports. White Sox edged the Cubs yesterday 3-1. Sox lefty Chris Sale had 15 strikeouts.
I wouldn't say I knew the exact number when they were, but I knew they were, they were getting up there. It's fun. I mean, the crowd gets into it. Got people in the K zone are going crazy for me, so it's a fun time.
In soccer, the Fire tied Philadelphia 3-3. News is a service of Whole Foods Market. This week at Whole Foods Market, save on quality produce items like organic red, black, and green seedless grapes for just $1.99 per pound. Visit any of Whole Foods Market's 25 Chicagoland locations. Whole Foods Market, America's healthiest grocery store. AM 560 News Time, 6:32. How bad is traffic? The Answer in 2 minutes on AM 560 The Answer.
Dennis Prager can't believe how badly the deal with Iran is going.
George W. Bush argues against the lifting of Iran sanctions. It's so bad what's happening with Iran. It is so bad what this administration is doing that even George W. Bush is now speaking out. Oh, this presidency is so destructive. Oh, it takes my breath away.
The Dennis Prager Show. Weekdays at 11, right before Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
B-Dubs has done it again with their new Angry Orchard Fiery Applesauce. It's got heat that builds with delicious kicks of apple and cinnamon. Buffalo Wild Wings. Wings, beer, sports.
There are two types of water heaters, thankless and tankless. The thankless kind work like this.
Mom, I'm throwing in a load of laundry.
Whoa, hold off on that. I'm hopping in the shower.
Is this a good time to turn on the dishwasher?
This is not a good time to turn on the dishwasher.
Rinnai's tankless water heaters, on the other hand, work this way.
I'm throwing in a load of laundry.
No problem. I'm hopping in the shower.
Rinnai's innovative tankless water heaters provide an endless supply of hot water whenever you need it, even for multiple tasks at the same time. Plus, they feature a space-saving design and ultra-efficient performance for monthly energy savings. So enjoy hot water that's always ready when you are.
Is this a good time to turn on the dishwasher?
Go for it.
And never discourage your children from washing dishes again. Rinnai tankless water heaters, the hot way to heat water. Learn more about Rinnai's industry-leading products at www.rinnai.us. That's RINNAI.us.
The following is a paid political announcement.
Springfield has become a machine that has empowered and enriched a handful of career politicians at the expense of the hardworking men and women of Illinois. We can't continue to send politicians to Springfield and expect things to change. We need someone with courage, someone with principles, someone willing to take a stand and fight for the people of Illinois.
I'm Paul Sirwatka. As a father of 4, I have real concerns about the direction of our state and what the future holds for our children. Our representatives in Springfield have failed us. For decades now, they knew the issues we faced, and out of fear, neglect, or self-serving interest, they refused to make the critical decisions necessary to address them. As a former firefighter paramedic, and in my service as a village trustee, I've proven my commitment to make the kinds of tough decisions needed to get Illinois out of the grips of the machine. This is our state. This is our home. Now is the time to take back Illinois.
Visit paulsirwatka.com and join the fight to take back our state. Paid for by Take Back Illinois with Paul Sirwatka.
6:35 on AM 560 The Answer. Now a check of the roads from the ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Kennedy outbound, everything is shut down between Montrose and Sayre due to police investigation of a shooting. The first chance to get back on the outbound Kennedy is at Nagel. However, access to the outbound Edens is fine. Aside from the delays, it's very slow from North Avenue to Montrose. For again, traffic can head to the Edens. It's 45 minutes downtown to Montrose, and then again, it is clear past Nagel. Inbound, slow Cumberland to past Montrose. It's 25 minutes O'Hare to downtown Edens. Inbound, 24 minutes Lake Hook to Montrose. Outbound, 25. It clears up past Foster, where the exit is backed up. The Eisenhower is 33 minutes either way between Thorndale and downtown. The Stevenson, 40 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound, 37. The Ryan is 20 minutes, 95 to downtown. Traffic is a service of Crohn's and Colitis Foundation. Someone you know is suffering from Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis. They're dealing with excruciating pain on days when they won't be able to get out of bed. Help someone you know and support the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation of America at ccfa.org. Now your official Chicagoland weather forecast, a service of aircomfort.com. Air Comfort, a tradition of excellence since 1935. Clouds today, a chance for scattered thunderstorms in the afternoon, a high around 87. Tonight, some showers, a low of 71, and there's a chance for storms tomorrow, high 83. Currently 70 at O'Hare, 75 at Midway, and 75 along Chicago's lakefront. Next news update at 7 o'clock. Continuous coverage of the latest news, traffic, and weather. AM 560 The Answer. Check that, 560theanswer.com. Now, more of Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560 The Answer.
This hourly segment is sponsored by Financial Planning with Jack Taboda, your 401k specialist. Heard Saturday mornings at 7 right here on AM 560 The Answer.
Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson, it's Tom Petty lead-in. Amy, this little op-ed in the Washington Post, get ready for this.
I'm ready.
There's some fascinating thinking going on across the fruited plains. Last week we had the story from some left-winger from the Washington Spectator as posted in Newsweek that the POW MIA flag was racist and should be taken down.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, this week...
What do you have for me now? Or for us?
From the ridiculous and the absurd, an immigration defense attorney, taxpayer finance, with the Office of the Alameda County Public Defender in California, his name, Raha Georgiani, asked the question, could black people in the United States qualify as refugees? Meaning black people are persecuted as a race within the confines of the United States. That's the suggestion.
I thought refugees had to come from outside the United States.
Well, right, but
Isn't that the whole purpose?
But what this attorney is doing is applying the qualifications for refugee status from as a foreigner seeking asylum and saying, doesn't this apply to black families, black people within the United States? Suppose a client, this is the op-ed, suppose a client walked into my office and told me that police officers in his country had choked a man to death over petty crime. Suppose he said police fatally shot another man in the back as he ran away.
Not true.
That they arrested a woman during a traffic stop, placed her in jail where she died 3 days later. That a 12-year-old boy in his country was shot and killed by police as he played in the park. Suppose he told me all of those victims were from the same ethnic community, a community whose members are fear being harmed, tortured, or killed by police or prison guards. And that this is true in cities and towns across this nation. At that point, as an immigration lawyer, I tell him he had a strong claim for asylum protection under U.S. law. Black people in the United States face such racial violence that they could qualify as refugees, so said this author, this immigration defense attorney. According to U.S. asylum law, that persecution must be on account of race, religion, nationality, membership in a particular social group, or political opinion. In many cases, courts have said that violence by police officers, unjust imprisonment, rape, assault, beatings, and confinement constitute persecution, even non-physical forms of harm, such as the deliberate imposition of severe economic disadvantage, psychological harm, or the deprivation of food, housing, employment, other essentials help make the case. Well, what is happening? First of all, there are layers of ignorance that have to be unpacked here. First of all,
they have the facts wrong.
well, let's just start with the community in question, the African American community. I'll tell you, one of the things that I find most despicable about the conversation when we talk about race and we talk about the black community in general is to treat the black community as monolithic. Like every black person lives in the ghetto on welfare. That's not true.
No.
The biggest percentage of the African American population, at least before Obama was president, was the burgeoning middle income African American demographic. So, is it the same experience if you're a black doctor or attorney or accountant or small business owner or educator as it is if you are kind of caught in the cycle of dependency on the west side or the south sides of Chicago? I suggest it's not. The experiences are very different, but this treats the black community as monolithic. Everybody's living in a ghetto being persecuted, their words, by police.
So much so that they want to seek asylum in their own country.
Right. So that's one. The other kind of one other layer of ignorance, not just the other, another layer. Non-physical forms such as the deliberate imposition of severe economic disadvantage. Is that's what's happening for those African Americans? And I understand it's a disproportion as a percentage of their percentage of the population, but is that's what's happening in the inner cities? The last time I checked, when it comes to housing and food and the other necessities of life, healthcare, the inner cities are big government run and wholly owned subsidiaries of big government. Those warehouses, those public housing projects that big government erected to warehouse African Americans and minorities as well as poor whites. Wait, is that the deprivation? I would argue, yeah, actually it is the deprivation because you create wards of the state. You create dependency, but that's not what this attorney is talking about.
No, but I've known people who are caught in the cycle of being born and raised in public housing and they've gotten out. So not everybody is dependent on the government.
Of course, people from poor neighborhoods and dysfunctional families go on to do amazing things, go on to change the world. But when it comes to the left, remember the left philosophy. This is really critical. You have to go to foundations. The left philosophy is that people are liabilities. The conservative philosophy is that people are assets, and you need to restrain big government so that people can flourish. Their talents can come to the fore. Big government stunts the development of people's talents. It doesn't enhance them, generally speaking. Now, that's not to say that there shouldn't be some kind of safety net so that people who need temporary assistance or people who need long-term assistance through no fault of their own are provided that assistance, but that's the limited role of government. It is not to be mom and dad and provider of all the necessities of life in perpetuity if you can otherwise provide for yourself with a little bit of ingenuity and a little bit of a work ethic. But what is happening in the inner cities, the provision of food through link cards and the like, the provision of subsidized, if not outright granted housing, right? So
they have to pay a percentage of their salary.
So this is purposeful economic deprivation. This is how blacks would qualify as refugee status. And as to police, there's this story out of Birmingham, Alabama, because this is just one-sided.
Right.
This is just police, running around shooting black people for no reason. Now there have been some horrific instances of police brutality and murder, frankly, and the author references a couple of those. But the flip side is this. An Alabama police detective who was pistol whipped unconscious says he didn't fight back because he didn't want to be in the media. Last Friday, 34-year-old detective with the Birmingham Police Department, ordered Jannard Cunningham to stay in the car. The sergeant's name, or the detective's name, is Heath Bokel. Ordered 34-year-old Jannard Cunningham to stay in the car. That's when police said Cunningham got out and started acting aggressively toward the detective. Detective Bokel said he considered using force, but instead continued his backup call, and that's when Cunningham hit him. Police say Cunningham then pistol whipped the detective with his own service weapon. The detective is recovering. Cunningham has been charged with attempted murder and is being held without bond. So here's a police officer afraid to defend himself when the person he stopped is the aggressive the aggressor and actually strikes the officer and then continues to beat him, such that it warranted an attempted murder charge. But he's afraid to respond. He would rather put his life on the line, which is a mistake, but he's afraid that he would rather put his life on the line than respond with force, to deal with force, because of how we've so characterized the police versus the African American community. And it's completely out of proportion, such so that we have op-eds from otherwise officers of the court talking about black people as a race qualifying for refugee status in this country.
It's where I have a friend who is a former sergeant, Caucasian guy, white guy, and he said anytime there was an African American and that there was a possibility of discharging his weapon, he wouldn't do so because in fear of a civil rights lawsuit. So his hands were tied. He's like, I just wouldn't do it. It's not worth it to me. It's not worth my family losing everything that I've worked for to be gone if I shoot this African American.
Safe places to riot, safe places to beat up cops. That's the next iteration. I mean, this is what's happening in Baltimore, which is why they at least need to put on the show of bringing in federal support to quell the spike in murder that is occurring in Baltimore, as it is in Chicago and a lot of major cities, as we have, from their perspective at least, put elected leaders in these big cities, Democrats, against the police. Rather than the community and the police, law-abiding community and the police working together, now the police, it seems to me, feel increasingly like you've got their bosses, which are the elected officials and the politicians that run these police departments, along with a lot of the law-abiding that have ceded the turf to Black Lives Matter professional agitators and these other demagogues, and police are caught betwixt and between. Here, an interesting piece over the weekend in the Dallas Morning News from a professor on police. He's associate professor of history at Rhodes College, Michael LaRosa. Here's an idea. Try listening to police during stops.
Yeah.
Boy, talk about simple solutions. He writes, 7 months ago, I was stopped, detained, and ultimately released outside Houston in an arbitrary but probably legal operation by DEA. My strategy was a little different from some. I decided I'd do the listening and let the officer do the talking. I was alone driving east on Interstate 10 when the officer drove beside me, a gray unmarked SUV, signaled for me to pull over. He approached on the passenger side, hand at his sidearm. He asked if I had a weapon. I didn't, and politely ordered me to step out of the car and stand halfway between his vehicle and mine, in a negative space 10 meters away from each vehicle. I followed all commands, and I handed over my license and registration. He ran the plate and asked a few perfunctory questions. All this took about 12 minutes. These are so-called Terry stops. They're legal as a general rule. And he goes on to say, as traffic whizzed past on Interstate 10, the officer quickly established I was no El Chapo Guzman. I sensed he was ready to move on, so I asked carefully if he would explain the detention. He told me that my out-of-state tag was suspicious and that the I-10 corridor is used by drug smugglers. He also explained that I had failed to establish eye contact when he pulled up beside me. This was true, but we were both wearing sunglasses against the bright morning sun. I let it go. What else could I do? I wasn't quite done. I asked using English and Spanish. He asked a question in Spanish. The officer waved his hand and said, "No, I don't speak Spanish." My cross-examination had ended, but the language question made me realize just how badly this whole detention might have turned had I not spoken careful, respectful English. Or what if I had chosen to question why he decided to stop me in the first place when I was breaking no law? He looked at he asked if he could look in my trunk, and
he did.
Driver assented. And De La Rosa, Michael LaRosa, this professor, his takeaway: police in America are stressed out, underpaid, and in many places deeply resented. Innocent people who are detained can avoid danger, arrest, and death by listening more and talking less.
Great advice.
Ralph in Mokina.
Good morning. I think one way to make all of this unwanted behavior go away is just we need to declare more named unwanted behavior-free zones. So you could just declare a certain block, a persecution-free zone or a gangbanger-free zone. Like all of the earth now is a Julian Bond-free zone.
Oh, wow. Thanks for the call, Ralph. A little soon, and Julian Bond's passing.
Hear about the big stories of the day. then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Mostly sunny right now, but we do have a chance of a scattered thunderstorm rolling through here by the afternoon. A sticky high of 86 degrees. Then tonight, showers and heavier thunderstorms in the area. And tomorrow, still, we can't rule out a chance of rain. A high of 83 degrees. Let's check in with Jim Talamonte and see how the outbound Kennedy, is it still shut down between Montrose and Sayre?
It is, Amy. It is closed off entirely as police investigate a shooting there. The first place to get back on the outbound Kennedy past Montrose is at Nagel, so traffic goes fine to the outbound Edens, where the exit to Foster is jammed, with folks making that detour. So allow plenty of extra time. It is jammed on the outbound Kennedy from North Avenue to Montrose, so 50 minutes to get from downtown to Montrose. Inbound, it's just 30 minutes, so O'Hare to downtown. The Edens has outbound delays from Montrose to Foster. Inbound delays start around Niles Center, 25 minutes either way between Lake Cook and Montrose. The Eisenhower, 38 minutes, Thorndale to downtown, outbound 39. The Stevenson is 44 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 41. Ryan now 26 minutes, 95th to the Loop. See mild delays on the tollways, but it's very slow on the northbound Tri-State, the Reagan Tollway around Grand Avenue. I'm Jim Talamonte in the ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
Now time for the Lou Dobbs Financial Report, brought to you by the Mutual Fund Store.
I'm Lou Dobbs. Investors looking to build on last week's modest gains on Wall Street. Corporate developments and economic reports driving forces in the market today. Those stories next.
2 little tablets is all it takes to make your thin hair feel and look thicker and fuller, guaranteed. Viviscal is the #1 drug-free hair growth supplement in the U.S., with 1 box being sold every minute globally. It's clinically researched to promote existing hair growth for men and women. And now a 90-day supply of Viviscal is offered in your area, risk-free, plus free shipping. Call 800-970-7643. Viviscal nourishes thinning hair from within. You'll love your hair growth results, guaranteed. Viviscal is so effective, it's recommended by top doctors. Here's Dr. Grant Stevens, board-certified plastic surgeon.
I feel confident recommending Viviscal to women with hair loss, thinning hair, or even dry or brittle hair. It's 100% drug-free, and it's backed by years of clinical research.
Want to try Viviscal? Every listener that calls now gets a 90-day risk-free supply plus free shipping. Call now. 800-970-7643. 800-970-7643. That's 800-970-7643.
The market today will be driven by corporate developments and economic reports. Retail stocks in focus as investors assess earnings from Estee Lauder, and Urban Outfitters on deck with its quarterly results after the close. Wall Street investors also considering reports on New York area manufacturing, online sales, and confidence among home builders. Investors also mindful of China's economic problems, as well as reports on European trade and economic growth in Japan. We'll see how those reports affect the currency and debt markets. Upbeat economic reports on our economy last week lifted the 10-year Treasury yield to 2.2%. And the crude oil market coming off its 7th straight weekly decline, beginning this week under $43 a barrel. And join me for Lou Dobbs tonight on the Fox Business Network, 7 and 11 Eastern. This is the Lou Dobbs Financial Report.
So often on this show, we talk about the important issues that affect your world, things like the economy, education, and foreign policy. And on this show, because there's always so much going on, we don't always have time to drill down and talk about the big ideas behind the big issues. That's one of the reasons I'm involved with the new website, along with the Illinois Policy Institute, called Upstream Ideas, online at upstream-ideas.com. And that's upstream-ideas.com. At Upstream Ideas, you'll find information that will inform some of the policy discussions that we're having here on this show and elsewhere. At Upstream Ideas, we want to broaden the parameters of debate and move beyond the same old partisan assumptions. We want to challenge accepted orthodoxies, and we debunk some of the faulty premises that inform the rules on which our free society is based. In other words, we're pushing against the current and thinking upstream. We'll ask, why are the conditions the way they are, and how can those conditions be improved? Go online now to upstream-ideas.com. That's upstream-ideas.com. With each visit to Upstream Ideas, you'll be armed with new information and fresh perspectives to spur you on to make the state of Illinois and the United States of America a bit more free, a bit more just, and just a bit more civilized.
You know what I love about summer? Baseball. You know what I love about baseball? It's a game of probability. You know what I love about my team? Not much, because baseball is a game of probability. The odds of our starting pitcher lasting 3 innings? Slim. The likelihood we'll be mathematically eliminated before July? High. Okay, so maybe I'm not a fan of the probability of my team going above 500. But I am a fan of the fact that with some planning and a little help, I was able to influence the probability that I could retire and stay retired. Maybe our pitcher should consider retirement. Just saying.
Ready to make the game-changing decision to put a plan in place for your retirement? The Mutual Fund Store can help you do just that. Connect with us today for a free review of your investment portfolio or a second opinion on your investments. The person you'll be having a cup of coffee with is right here.
Hi, I'm Steve Check with the Mutual Fund Store in Chicagoland. Call me at 888-498-3636 or visit mutualfundstore.com and let's talk about your financial goals today.
Think you're fat? You might just be bloated. Find out by calling now for a risk-free trial of Nubiotics, the new breakthrough that flattens bloated bellies fast. For a risk-free trial, call 1-800-550-1388.
I used to be plagued by potbelly and constant bloating. After taking Nubiotics, my belly flattened and continues to get flatter. My sense of bloating and discomfort is gone.
If you've got a big belly, you might not be fat. You might just be bloated. Nubiotics is scientifically formulated with natural ingredients to flatten bloated bellies fast by cleansing pounds of rotting food and toxic sludge from your body. It even combats periodic heartburn and acid reflux. So just think how much better you'll look and feel. Think you might be bloated? Call now for a risk-free trial of Nubiotics and see how much flatter it makes your belly. You might be surprised. But hurry, call now for details while these risk-free trials last. 1-800-550-1388. That's 1-800-550-1388. 1-800-550-1388.
We've been hearing a lot about Uber lately, so we decided to get out there and talk to some actual Uber partners to get our questions answered.
Is signing up to drive with Uber really hard?
Nope, signing up with Uber is super easy.
It was simple and easy. Okay, but can I drive my own car?
Yes. You get to drive your own car.
But my roommate doesn't even have a car. Can she drive with Uber?
They can help her get a car too.
I wouldn't be able to get a vehicle if it wasn't for Uber. It took me less than 6 hours to get a car.
So you could just sign up and earn money.
Sign up, drive, and you make some money.
You're saying I can just use the smartphone app to make money whenever I want?
Yeah, you just open the app whenever you feel like driving.
All I have to do is turn on my phone, hit the road, and I start making money.
Are the hours good?
I work less hours and I make more money.
I'm my own boss now, so I set my own hours.
Okay, this all sounds pretty great. What do you think I should do?
You need to sign up for Uber.
You can make serious life-changing money when you drive with Uber. Get started today at drivewithuber.com. That's drivewithuber.com. drivewithuber.com.
Hey, one of the reasons we won the Super Bowl in 1985 is because we had a great defense. Hi, this is Mike Ditka. In today's uncertain financial times, you need retirement accounts with defense you can count on. The stock market, it's a roller coaster. It can have a disastrous impact on your retirement. Now, Steve DeJohn and the DeJohn Advisory Team have been growing and protecting retirement accounts for years. Their product of choice, fixed index annuities. Now, these are not risky securities on Wall Street. They are insurance products with protection. If the market does well, so does your account. If the market does poorly, your account is protected. The DeJohn Advisory Team offers hundreds of products for your IRAs, 401ks, or any other retirement money. Call 866-515-6669 or visit retainyourgains.com and request their 10-minute DVD. Tell them Coach Ditka sent you. Call now and see which plan is right for you. 866-515-6669. That's 866-515-6669.
You have the AC on, but part of your house, maybe a room, maybe an entire area is too hot or maybe even too cold. The problem's been there for a while and you just put up with it. Well, it's time to find out why that's happening and maybe fix it.
This is Terry Van Summeren. My company is Air Right Heating and Cooling. Our name says it all. Let's get the air right.
Air Right Heating and Cooling is offering a special deal right now for just $98. They will come to your home and find out why that area or room is too hot or too cold. You pay a lot for your AC. And you shouldn't have to put up with the problem. Sometimes the fix is simple. For just $98, Air Right will find out why you have the problem. So find out how you can get your air right now. Go to getmyairright.com. Getmyairright.com. Tell them you want the special offer to get your air right. Just $98 to get the comfort back. Want to call them? 888-589-8584. 888-589-8584. Air Right. Decades of helping Chicagoland get the air right.
The latest news is coming up. We have the outbound Kennedy shutdown near Sayre. Now Fox News at 7 o'clock.
Brady, controversy isn't hurting him in the polls, and now Donald Trump is getting down to business on what some of his policies would be as president. Fox News Radio's Rachel Sutherland live in Washington.
The business mogul's out with his immigration plan, telling folks at the Iowa State Fair,
"You are going to love me in terms of immigration and illegal immigration."
He's again pledging to make Mexico pay for a wall along the southern border and to rescind President Obama's executive orders. He got into it with NBC's Meet the Press host Chuck Todd.
We have to make a whole new set of standards, and when people come in, they have to come in.
You're going to split up families. Chuck, you're going to deport children.
Chuck, no, we're going to keep the families together.
Trump now leaves the corn dogs behind in Iowa for jury duty today in New York City. Lisa.
Well, Rachel, Trump still has a double-digit lead in the new Fox News poll. Ben Carson is second, followed by Ted Cruz and Jeb Bush, who's set to be endorsed today by a dozen Medal of Honor winners. The supreme leader of Iran speaks out on the nuclear deal, but keeps everyone guessing. Fox News Radio's Jessica Gallagher, live in our Mideast Bureau.
Lisa, Ayatollah Khomeini says the fate of a deal on Tehran's nuclear program remains unclear as lawmakers in the Islamic Republic and the United States review it. The supreme leader has the final say on all state matters. His comments suggest he supports allowing Tehran's parliament to review and vote on the agreement. That's expected in the coming days. On Sunday, 200 Iranian lawmakers issued a statement demanding Tehran's administration submit it to parliament for a vote. Congress is also reviewing the deal. Lisa.
The FAA and NTSB investigating the mid-air collision between a small jet and a Cessna that sent both to the ground in flames.
It appears that it was a very violent crash, as you can tell by both aircraft that are in multiple pieces.
California forestry official Nick Schuler at the scene south of San Diego. 4 of the 5 people killed worked for a military contractor which had leased the jet. You're listening to Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Good morning, 70 degrees in Chicago at 7:02 on AM 560 The Answer, WIND Chicago. I'm Jim Talamonte in for Mike Scott this morning. The outbound Kennedy is shut down at Montrose as police investigate a shooting near Sayre. We'll have details and the latest on that situation. More traffic coming up. A teenager is due in court today following an accidental shooting that left another teen dead on the west side. The 17-year-old has been charged with involuntary manslaughter in connection with the death of 14-year-old Tracy Davis. Police say Davis was shot in the head when a gun a boy was playing with nearby went off. The city of Chicago appears to be making big money from red light camera tickets. The Sun-Times reports the city has generated nearly $285 million in fines from 2.2 million tickets handed out since Mayor Emanuel took office. Investigation continues after a parachutist involved in a mid-air collision at the Chicago Air and Water Show died. Officials say Sergeant First Class Corey Hood of Cincinnati died Sunday after colliding with a member of the Navy Leapfrogs jump team on Saturday. A search continues to find a Hoffman Estates man who went missing after attending the Air and Water Show. Police say Steven Sanchez was last seen Saturday night near Burnham Harbor. Democratic presidential candidate Bernie Sanders is scheduled to appear in Chicago this evening at a fundraising reception at the Park West. The Vermont senator says it's an advantage for him to not be a member of the Democratic Party.
Because when I speak to 28,000 people in vote registered Democrats, they are ordinary people who are sick and tired of politics as usual.
Sports, Chris Sale struck out 15 Sunday, and the White Sox edged the Cubs 3-1. News is a service of the Foundation for a Better Life. While many rose up with violence, he sat down for peace. Mahatma Gandhi reached out with the strength cultivated within his soul. Soul, pass it on from the Foundation for a Better Life at values.com. AM 560 News Time, 7:04, that is. Where are the cars? The answer in 2 minutes on AM 560 The Answer.
Sean Hannity believes Hillary Clinton has an uphill battle.
I don't think it's going to quite unfold the way Hillary wants, and I think it's going to be more difficult than she anticipates. Let's start with the fact and assume here for a minute that if she wins the Democratic nomination, she's going to be running now for a third Democratic presidential term. She will be tied directly to the record of Obama.
The Sean Hannity Show. Afternoons at 2, right before Joel Walsh at 5 on AM 560. The Answer.
2 little tablets is all it takes to make your thin hair feel and look thicker and fuller, guaranteed. Viviscal is clinically researched to promote existing hair growth for men and women. You'll love your hair growth results, guaranteed. Viviscal is so effective, it's recommended by top doctors. Want to try Viviscal? Every listener that calls now gets a 90-day risk-free supply plus free shipping. Call now, 800-881-6190. 800-881-6190. That's 800-881-6190.
You're not crazy to start your own business, no matter what they say. We're GoDaddy.com, and we're just the team to help get your business online. Our Get Online Today toolkit gets you a memorable domain name, a professional website, and personalized email powered by Microsoft Office 365 for just $1 per month. Just $1 with the purchase of an annual plan. Get your business online today with the Get Online Today toolkit at GoDaddy.com/radio. That's GoDaddy.com/radio. Domain included with annual plan only. See site for details.
7:05 on AM 560. The Answer now. Checking the roads. The ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. The outbound Kennedy is shut down between Montrose and Sayre. There's been a report of a shooting. Police are investigating. No injuries reported. The first chance to get on the outbound Kennedy after Montrose is at Nagel. Traffic can get to the outbound Edens, but it's jammed from North Avenue to Montrose. 50 minutes to get from downtown to the junction. Inbound 34 minutes with delays starting at Cumberland. Edens 23 minutes, like Cook to Montrose, outbound 25. The Eisenhower 42 minutes, Thorndale to downtown, outbound 39. Stevenson is 45 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 41. Ryan 26 minutes, 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-States, though 95th to Archer, from the Stevenson to the Hinsdale Oasis. The Reagan Tollway to Grand Avenue. Reagan Tollway, heavy Farnsworth to Eola. AM 560 News Time 7:06. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson is coming up next. Now your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, a tradition of excellence since 1935. Here's meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
Today, warm and humid with sunshine mixing with some clouds. Then we'll have a couple of showers and a heavy thunderstorm for the afternoon. And into the evening, high today 88 and a low tonight 69. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
Right now, 70 degrees at O'Hare, 74 at Midway, 74 along the lake. Next news update, 7:30. Continuous coverage of news, traffic, and weather at 560theanswer.com. Chicago's Morning Answer continues now on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by the IRS Radio Hour with attorney Stephen Leahy every Sunday afternoon at 5 on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning. Welcome to your Monday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
I won't pretend that this is anything other than what it is, the same old partisan games we've seen so many times before.
In the discipline of the national security establishment, you never let this stuff out of your hands, and especially on a handheld. And if this, in fact, were on her handheld, was sent to her, or she forwarded it anyway, I wonder if she's capable of being president.
What do you tell conservatives who say you and the Clintons are in cahoots?
Well, it's totally false. First of all, nobody's been tougher on Hillary Clinton than me.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
What up, Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson? I'll tell you what, one thing I do believe that Trump says is that he is not in cahoots with the Clintons, that he's not some false flag for Hillary Clinton, because who would want to play the role of false flag for Hillary Clinton at this juncture as this email scandal expands in terms of the FBI investigation and in terms of the number of emails that were classified when Hillary Clinton, that contained classified information when Hillary Clinton was trafficking in them. That number has jumped from 4 to 60 over the weekend as officials pour over more and more of her 30,000 emails that were turned over. There's also, so that's a bit of a problem. There's also the story that suggests that it's likely that her email server or the emails flagged for classified data, that they are recoverable, the emails that were not turned over.
Oh, the ones that were wiped from the server? Because the server was picked up last week. We thought it was from their home, but no, the server had secretly been transported to a warehouse in New Jersey.
Yes.
And then the FBI picked it up there.
Yeah, but
it was wiped clean.
Yeah, but here's Platte River Networks, this Denver-based cybersecurity firm that Hillary Clinton hired in 2013 to maintain her old email server. They're saying it's quote-unquote highly likely a full backup of the device was made and that the thousands of emails Clinton deleted, and I like the phraseology, Clinton deleted, may still exist. That's ABC News reporting, because Platte River Networks, they don't want to go to jail. They probably don't feel like they have the same political clout as one Hillary Clinton. They probably sense that Team Hillary, looking for scapegoats, looking for people to throw under the bus to protect her, and they are not interested in being a human shield for Hillary Clinton. So they're cooperating.
Well, they should cooperate, but Hillary's not really taking this very seriously. She's not taking these accusations. She's not.
Oh, she's taking it seriously.
I don't know. At the Wing Ding dinner in Iowa on Friday night, she joked about her new Snapchat account and why it's the social media app for her.
And you know what? It's not about emails or servers either. It's about politics. I will do my part to provide transparency to Americans.
Well, she talked that was a wrong bite, but she did talk about it. We had it earlier that Snapchat's great because it disappears on its own within 6 to 9 seconds.
Here's how you know Hillary Clinton is taking this seriously. She is resorting to her effort to be humorous, which is a dangerous business for Hillary Clinton, to try and kind of pretend that she's human and that she has a sense of humor. So that's not going to work. And then secondarily, as you were just playing, the vast right-wing conspiracy is being trotted out once again. So if she has the only weapons left at her disposal are humor and the vast right-wing conspiracy, and then third, the recitation of her talking points, which we now know to be untrue, that she never sent an email with classified information. We know this to be untrue now, so she can keep saying it because that's what she does. She doesn't answer questions. She issues decrees. Not going to work. It's not going to work politically, and ultimately, it shouldn't work with respect to any criminal culpability that she may have.
This is the right soundbite of her trying to brush this off, trying to humorize the situation.
You may have seen that I recently launched a Snapchat account. I love it. I love it. Those messages disappear all by themselves.
Yeah, well, in terms of the vast right-wing conspiracy and her defenses, let's hear from people that don't certainly share my worldview. These are not conservatives. Ron Fournier, National Journal, left-leaning Clinton supporter up until about a few months ago, had this to say on Face the Nation.
I don't disagree with anything you're saying, but it's not the only issue. Covering politics isn't just about who's winning and losing and who's going to win or lose. There's some bigger issues involved in it. Look, I'm a swing voter, an independent voter. I've known and respected her for a long time. A year ago, if you'd asked me, hey, would you consider working for Secretary Clinton? I'd say, yeah, I'd think about it. 6 months ago, if you'd said, hey, would you vote for her? I'd say, yeah, I'm likely going to vote for her. Now I can't tell you that I trust her because there's some big issues involved. I can't tell you that I trust her with the Freedom of Information Act and our public records. I can't tell you I trust her with Congress's right and responsibility to conduct oversight. I can't tell you I respect her with historians' right and responsibility to look back on archival documents and see how our leaders lead. If this precedent that she has established is allowed to stand because she won, the public memory it will be under assault forever. There will no longer be a public memory if everyone conducts themselves the way she has. And I haven't even talked about classified documents. I also wonder about, every time we have a scandal like this, how does it reflect on the kind of leader the person would be? You write a lot about this, John. What does it say about the kind of leader they'd be? Well, is this someone who we can really trust to be transparent and accountable? Is this someone whose judgment we can count on? Is this somebody whose integrity we can count on? I don't know if I can trust Hillary Clinton anymore, and it doesn't make me happy to say that.
And 57% of Americans agree with Ron Fournier. That is much more than just self-identified Republicans. And again, our search on this show continues for the Hillary Clinton supporter. Someone out there, please call in if you have friends like Amy Jacobson does that
they don't care,
live under a rock and are supporting Hillary Clinton. They do not care about the rule of law. They do not care about trafficking in state secrets, maybe even state secrets for profit.
They just want to be part of a movement. They want to be part to be able to tell their grandkids, I voted for the first female president of these United States, similar to what happened with Barack Obama.
Yeah, I wonder how many people are going to be telling their
Buyer's
grandkids they voted for the first African-American president of the United States and saying that proudly. Then you get to performance after you, quote-unquote, make history. So that's the problem with that racket. And we'll see if people buy into that, again, making history, because that's all that Hillary Clinton has to offer. But I want to hear from a Hillary supporter out there, all of this, and hearing from the right to the left on Hillary Clinton and just even this singular issue. Forget even going back to the Clinton Foundation. Forget the last 25 years of lies and obfuscations and hysterics. 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro, answer line 64636 is our turnkey.pro text line.
What happened over the weekend is that the number of emails labeled classified from her private server ballooned from 4 to 60, and it's going to get worse.
Well, right.
I mean,
They're just moving through the emails that have been disclosed. So that's 30,000. There's another 30,000 that may be recoverable. And we'll see. We will see, because Hillary didn't want to turn them over. She's saying that she turned the server over to the FBI. Well, she had no intention of doing that initially. So this is the problem. Her narrative doesn't hold up. It's Hillary Clinton versus Hillary Clinton, just in terms of how she wants to handle this now. And that control has been taken from her. So that's a real political problem. And then there's also a legal problem. Bob Baer, CNN, Bob Baer is a CNN national security analyst, lifelong spy, not a partisan, be brought on to specifically talk national security issues, and has been critical of Republicans and Democrats alike. Here's what he had to say over the weekend as the story on emails continues to get deeper and deeper.
If you were a career spy, you know all about secrets. So I want to ask you about the secrets that apparently made their way somehow into the Secretary of State's possession. She said nothing was marked classified, but apparently at least 2 of the documents have been traced back to documents that were marked top secret, SI, TK, no foreign. This is gobbledygook to most of us, but what does this mean to you?
It means a lot to me. You don't get any more secret than that. TK as talent keyhole relates to satellite, very classified satellite photography. SI is special intelligence, which could relate to code breaking at the National Security Agency. Even Snowden didn't get into that. And if this, in fact, was on a private server, you and I'd get fired and possibly jailed. This could be a felony.
Even Snowden didn't get that far.
But remember what she said at the beginning? She used her own personal device because she just wanted one device. Remember that?
Well, it was just one lie after another. The problem is, at some point, these lies start to add up, because you have not just investigations going on the Hill. So it's not just political that she wants to describe it, unless she's saying, well, the FBI is just a political agency. And here's the other interesting thing. I don't think she's going to be able to call in any favors at the White House to push off this investigation. So if the FBI ostensibly is going to go wherever the facts lead, and the facts seem to be clearer and clearer. Mike Mukasey, the former Attorney General under George W. Bush, had an op-ed in the Wall Street Journal over the weekend talking about the Espionage Act, and he notes the Espionage Act defines a felony punishable by up to 10 years in prison as the grossly negligent loss or destruction of information relating to the national defense. He goes on to note that at least one of the emails from the small random sample taken by the Inspector General for the intelligence community contained signals intelligence, and was classified top secret, suggesting that this falls well within the strictures of the Espionage Act. And that's, frankly, the point that Bob Baer made on CNN.
Well, it's not clear on the basis of the information publicly available whether she knew that the information was marked this way. The information did get to her, but she is saying, as Secretary of State, she didn't see any reason for alarm. Should we believe it?
If this was on her server and it got into her smartphone, there's a big problem there. Seriously, if I had sent a document like this over the open internet, I'd get fired the same day, escorted to the door, and gone for good, and probably charged with mishandling classified information.
There's a school of thought that says the U.S. government does things crudely. It's a big instrument. It's not always a precise one. State Department handles thousands of documents a day. I understand what you're saying. Should anyone think, well, these things happen, sometimes stuff drops through the cracks?
No. When I was overseas at various stations, I had encrypted communications, and I wasn't even allowed to receive documents like this over highly encrypted communications. We were worried about leakage and the rest of it, storage, leaving it in hard drives. It couldn't be sent from Washington. This is very, very serious stuff. And in the discipline of the national security establishment, you never let this stuff out of your hands, and especially on a handheld. And if this, in fact, were on her handheld, was sent to her, or she forwarded it anyway, I wonder if she's capable of being president.
So, Amy Jacobson, friends out there, tell us why this isn't very, very serious stuff, as former spy Bob Baer tells us it is. Tell us why we should ignore this and just vote for Hillary. Tell us why the rule of law doesn't matter when it pertains to Hillary Clinton. I'd love to hear the explanation.
There is no explanation. They're too lazy to even look into it. They're too lazy to care. They just want to be part of a movement. I'm telling you, she could do no wrong. You said earlier she could strangle kittens on Michigan Avenue and people still vote for her. Very true, Dan Proft.
Some people.
But I'd have to interject
well,
myself,
of course.
insert myself,
yes,
of course.
You can only allow your
kitties.
friends to allow it to be taken so far. Chuck in Delavan, Wisconsin. You're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Chuck from Delavan. First of all, some advice my grandma always told me to Amy, run from your fence, okay? The next thing, the last Clinton supporter that actually loved Hillary was Vince Foster, and he accidentally ended up in some park somewhere back in the Clinton regime. So that's, I think, going to be the last guy you're going to find. Thank you.
Thanks for the call, Chuck. I suggested that it's time for a Bill Clinton sex scandal.
Yes.
Time to bring his girlfriend or girlfriends out from the shadows, and let's turn the focus on Bill Clinton so we get the focus off Hillary. I can only imagine Team Hillary is scurrying to make that happen.
Vast right-wing conspiracy.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Sunshine right now. It is hot and humid out there. 75 degrees at O'Hare already, going up to a high of 86 degrees. We can't rule out a scattered thunderstorm early this afternoon. Then tonight, showers in the area, and tomorrow another chance of rain. Still hot and humid, a high of 83 degrees. Let's see how the outbound Kennedy is doing. Is it still shut down, Jim, between Montrose and Sayre?
It is, Amy. In fact, the closure has been extended now. It's closed from North Avenue to Harlem. That's the first chance to get back on the outbound Kennedy is at Harlem Avenue. It's just jammed from North Avenue to Montrose, where nobody can continue on the Kennedy. You can get to the outbound Edens, but it's slow going. 50 minutes from downtown to Montrose. Inbound 36 minutes, O'Hare to downtown. The Edens is 24 minutes, Lake Cook to Montrose. Outbound 26. The Foster exit is jammed. Folks going around the outbound Kennedy. Inbound Eisenhower, 42 minutes. Thorndale to the Loop, outbound 44. The Stevenson is 48 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 41. Ryan, 22 minutes, 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-State, there are mild delays to the south, but it is really jammed from the Reagan Tollway to Grand Avenue. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
I've never recommended a Chicagoland real estate agent on the show before, but I know one that guarantees to sell your home. That's Saul Z and the Z team. If 29 days pass without a sale, Saul will buy your home at a predetermined price. And working with Saul won't obligate you to anything, because if you aren't happy, just cancel the contract. Saul does that because his marketing is on a whole different level. He literally has buyers lined up. For example, Deborah from Lincoln Park sold her home in only 9 days at $80,000 above the asking price. So why would you list with anyone else? Make Saul Z your first call. The Wall Street Journal ranks Saul among the top 250 agents in the country. I know I'll be calling Saul when I'm ready to sell my well-appointed condo in Lake Point Tower or buy a new home. Go to Call Saul, that's Saul, SAUL.net, to get your home sold fast at a great price. Don't leave money on the table. You can also call Saul directly at 888-346-0666. That's 888-346-0666. Or visit him online at callsaul.net and start packing.
Are you ready to take your education to the next level? Arizona State University now offers over 90 top-tier degree programs, 100% online. With ASU's highly ranked online programs, you'll earn the same degree as our on-campus students, with the ability to learn wherever you want, whenever you want. Same world-renowned faculty, same leading education, same global recognition from one of the top universities in the world. Call 1-800-504-3229. That's 1-800-504-3229. 3229.
I'm Jamie from Sherman Oaks, and I just graduated with my degree from Arizona State University. I chose ASU because I received the quality education I deserve in the major I wanted, all from my home.
Jamie's not the only one to earn a degree from ASU. There are over 90 degree programs offered 100% online from one of the top universities. Now's the time to learn more about earning your degree online from Arizona State University. Call 1-800-504-3229. That's 1-800-504-3229.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson. Actually, it's no fun to be the victim of an illegal immigrant or illegal alien, as Phil Collins parlance. And here's my question, Amy. Why don't these stories get the same national coverage that every story about a police and civilian interaction that is dubious, where violence erupts? Why don't they get the same coverage? Because we talk about the police and their interaction with the public as perhaps a national issue, certainly with all the professional agitators. Is illegal immigration a national issue? I think it is.
Yeah.
So why just the Kate Steinle case? This case comes to us, and it comes to us locally. It was reported in Florida, Lee County, Florida. But the reason I saw it was because Glenn Beck picked it up on The Blaze. An illegal immigrant in Lee County, Florida, slaughtered 4 people, including an unborn child, in a shocking act of violence that left behind a crime scene that was, quote, unquote, almost imaginable, according to local police. The suspect, Brian Omar Hyde, charged in the killings of Dorla Pitts, 37, her 17-year-old daughter, Starla Pitts, her 19-year-old son, Michael Kelly Jr., and an unborn child, were hit several times with some type of sharp object. Hyde reportedly crossed the southern border into the U.S. earlier this year. Police said he had blood on his clothes at the time of arrest. Another master criminal, and thankfully he's not. But there's this. Hyde first came to the U.S. in January, illegally entering through Texas, according to investigators. According to Belize media outlets, so apparently he was there as well, he was arrested in November of last year for assaulting a police officer, a charge he later disputed. Other reports show Hyde and 2 other men were suspects in a double murder case dating back to October 2013, where he was only charged with a lesser crime of handling stolen goods. So he'd been in this country off and on, apparently, at least since October of 2013, had run-ins with the law, and yet he's still around in August of 2015 to kill 4 people. It's cases like this and the lack of media coverage about cases like this and the lack of, frankly, seriousness to deal with this issue at the congressional level, much less, of course, Mr. Executive Amnesty in the White House. This is what, in part, is giving rise to a demagogue like Trump. The lack of coverage of these stories, the lack of seriousness about addressing this problem.
Yeah, this is the whole basis of Donald Trump's campaign right now is immigration and pointing out people like that, saying the killings, we have to deport everybody, which I don't think anybody's going to buy that, but we have to keep the bad guys out, people like him.
And Ted Cruz, perhaps a more sober, thoughtful approach to this very serious problem. But you have the left and, frankly, some on the right who don't want to believe, don't want to talk about this as the systemic problem it is. And it doesn't mean that you're racist to talk about it. It means you're for public safety. And there's distinctions that can be made between law-abiding people, people that are here just to pursue a better life, and people like this. But when you don't make those distinctions when it comes to law enforcement, then you're going to have a public that casts a wide net, and everybody loses. And so this is a failure of the media, and it's a failure of the political establishment that is being trumped right now.
Trust me, they're going to pay for it.
There's only one radio show in Chicago talking about today's biggest stories and telling you what they really mean. That show is this one, Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
A great smile can make you feel happy and confident. So when you consciously conserve your teeth, that glowing smile will show through. At Best Dental Group, Doctors Economos, Gavalis, Joshi, and their staff are ready to help you create that perfect look or maintain the one you have now. Along with general dentistry, Best Dental Group is a multidisciplined practice with an orthodontist, periodontist, and prosthetic specialists on site. They use the newest breakthroughs in dental technology, such as titanium implants, Invisalign clear braces, and laser treatments. Don't let fear get in the way. They can recommend sedation to make your experience as comfortable as possible. Best Dental Group is located in historic downtown Bartlett and is a multilingual office. Call 630-830-4930. That's 630-830-4930. Or visit bestdental.org. Best Dental Group, sharing your conservative values and helping you to conserve your teeth.
Got a great night's sleep, all thanks to MyPillow from MyPillow. It's American made. It's the official pillow of the National Sleep Foundation, but I like it because it conforms to my neck and back. It helps you sleep well and you wake up energized, and sleep is so very important. And right now we still have the buy one, get one free deal, so you can give one as a gift and keep one for yourself. MyPillow.com. Type Amy in the promo code. 2 pillows for the price of one, plus 50% off pillow toppers and all other products. Visit MyPillow.com or call this number, 800-489-0201. Again, that number is 800-489-0201.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer, my favorite returning guest, Matt Strawn, will be here.
Because he's a Hawkeye. Right?
Yes.
Because the University of Iowa.
And he's also the former state chairman for the Republican Party.
Yes, he was. And he was eating meat on a stick at the Iowa State Fair over the weekends. Well, we'll get his reviews in terms of how the candidates were received. And then at 7:45, News Corp CEO lashes out at Google and Facebook and LinkedIn for piracy, zealotry, and kleptocracy. That's a lot of C's. We'll have that at 7:45.
Explain that. But first, let's go back into the newsroom and say hello to Jim Telemonte, who's filling in this Monday morning for Mike Scott.
Thanks, Amy and Dan. Good morning. 70 degrees in Chicago, 7:30 on AM 560. The Answer. New reports claim that investigators have now flagged dozens of Hillary Clinton's emails from her time as Secretary of State because of classified information. The Washington Times is reporting that investigators now cite 60 emails that include classified data, and that number is likely to rise. Chinese censors are shutting down or suspending 50 websites after last week's explosions at a chemical warehouse in Tianjin. Regulators accuse the websites of spreading unconfirmed information and inciting panic. Chinese officials say they've confirmed 114 people were killed, hundreds injured, and at least 70 are still missing. An Army paratrooper is dead after a midair collision at the Chicago Air and Water Show. Authorities say 32-year-old Sergeant First Class Corey Hood of Cincinnati died Sunday from the injuries he suffered Saturday. The Illinois Department of Corrections is investigating after workers' personal information may have been compromised. The IDOC says a response to a Freedom of Information Act request included names, ranks, salaries, and Social Security numbers of employees. Sports Sunday, the White Sox edged the Cubs 3-1. The Fire tied Philadelphia 3-3. News is a service of Unbound. Ever wonder where your charitable donations are really going? At Unbound, you'll know who you're helping and what impact your support is having. That's just one way Unbound is different. Learn more. Unbound.org. AM 560 News Time, 7:32. How bad is traffic? The Answer in 2 minutes on AM 560, The Answer.
The 1-year anniversary of what? A young thug got shot and killed.
The Joe Walsh Show.
A year later, we're honoring him. A year later, Ferguson again is burning. Ferguson is looting, shooting at police officers. We've learned nothing. We've learned absolutely nothing in a year.
The Joe Walsh Show. Weeknights starting at 5. Right after Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
Cornerstone National Bank believes trust, service, and relationship is the foundation of a business banking partnership. Cornerstone National Bank and Trust Company, where you belong. Visit cornerstonenb.com. Member FDIC.
Hi, this is Shalom Klein of Get Down to Business, the show for small business, jobs, and entrepreneurship. Powered by Tandem HR. The way you are buying your investments could be a major wealth leak, especially if you buy fee-heavy mutual funds. According to Everett Wealth Solutions, knowing just how much you are paying for your investments is crucial. Do your homework. Over a 30-year period of time, you could be losing $300,000 or more. That's money that should be in your retirement account, not the mutual fund company coffers. Everett says to consider robo-advising, a system that uses algorithms to invest in low-cost ETFs or exchange-transferred funds. You get intelligent, cost-effective design, which can improve performance and help eliminate expensive wealth leaks. Work with a fiduciary advisor who will educate you and recommend what is always in your best interest. For more tips, advice, and stories of entrepreneurial successes, listen to Get Down to Business with me, Shalom Klein, heard Sunday evenings at 6. Your Business Minute of the Day is brought to you by Everett Wealth Solutions.
Are you living with pain? So was Lisa, a brave Marine wounded in Iraq.
After surviving an explosion, I was on horrible painkillers. I tried 1-hour pain relief, and now I'm pain-free all day without dangerous side effects. And it works in less than 1 hour.
Try it free for 1 week and pay only the shipping with no automatic shipments. Call 800-600-9510 right now or visit onehourpainrelief.com. That's 800-600-9510. 800-600-9510.
Big Head Todd and the Monsters, G-Love and Special Sauce, and JJ Gray and Mofro. All live on the same night, same stage. Presented by Grand Victoria Casino. Saturday, August 22nd at Grand Victoria Casino in Elgin and Festival Park. Get tickets now at gvctickets.com. Don't miss Big Head Todd and the Monsters, G-Love and Special Sauce, and JJ Gray and Mofro. Part of GVC Summer Concert Series. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
35 on AM 560 The Answer. Now a check of the roads from the ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Kennedy Expressway outbound. It is shut down between Montrose and Harlem. Police are investigating a shooting near Sayre. Traffic can get onto the Aidens, but it's jammed from North Avenue to the junction. An hour to get from downtown to Montrose. First place to get back on the outbound Kennedy after that point is at Harlem. The entrances for Central, Foster, and Nagel are closed. Inbound, you're looking at about 38 minutes O'Hare to downtown. Edens, it's about 25 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 26. The Eisenhower, 43 minutes. Thorndale to the Loop, outbound 53. Stevenson, 48 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 41. Orion, 22 minutes. 95th to downtown. And traffic is a service of the Milwaukee Airport with all the major U.S. airlines. Great fares, lots of nonstops, and parking as low as $7 a day. The Milwaukee Airport makes travelers happy even before they check in. Visit flymke.com and learn why Milwaukee's airport is the O'Hare alternative. Now your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, a tradition of excellence since 1935. Clouds today, a chance for afternoon thunderstorms, a high of 88. Tonight, scattered showers, low 69. And tomorrow, chance for storms again, a high 83. Currently 70 at O'Hare. Weather in a service of aircomfort.com. Next news update at 8 o'clock. Continuous coverage of the latest news, traffic, and weather at 560theanswer.com. Now, more of Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560 The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Power Trading Radio. Heard Sundays at 2 p.m. Brought to you each week by Online Trading Academy.
And everyone's spirit lights up in the room when this song is played.
Oh, my goodness.
Do you have it memorized yet?
No, I do not. This is the Hawkeye fight song or something?
Yes, it is, Dad. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Till we hear the fun of
Really hasn't been popular since B.J. Armstrong was on the hardwood there. But we're now joined by the most influential Iowa Hawk grad since probably Chuck Long.
Yeah, Chuck
Long. Who hailed from my hometown of Wheaton. He is Matt Strawn, former Iowa State Republican Party chairman and first in line to ride the Trump helicopter over the weekend at the Iowa State Fair. Matt, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Well, good morning, and as I'm sure Amy already knows, we're 20 days from kickoff, so I look forward to hopefully seeing her at Kinnick Stadium and another great year of Hawkeye football.
Yeah, it'll be exciting. Looking forward to that 8th place finish in the Big Ten. That's a lot to look forward to. So, Matt, you were at the Iowa State Fair, fried Snickers on a stick, enjoying all that the fair has to offer. Trump was the star attraction, right?
Amazing. I wish I could have gotten odds 6 months ago on the first Saturday of the fair, Donald Trump's helicopter circling the fairgrounds while Hillary Clinton is trying to eat a pork chop on a stick. You can't make this stuff up, guys.
Well, there's so much talk that maybe they'd bump into each other at the fair, but Donald, great marketing once again. Was he really flying his helicopter the entire time that Hillary Clinton was on the ground?
part of it, he sure was. And then actually, after he landed and was giving the much publicized children rides on the helicopter, it was still circling, almost taunting Secretary Clinton as she was finishing up her appearance at the fairgrounds before she got out just ahead of Donald actually arriving on the concourse.
Well, are you sure it was taunting, or did maybe Hillary call, or their campaign call for an airlift to move her from place to place on the fairgrounds?
Well, I can tell you what, believe it or not, it was easier to try and get to Donald Trump if you were an actual everyday American, as the famous phrase is these days, than it was to try and get near Secretary Clinton.
So Trump right now, a double-digit lead in Iowa. This is very different than the last time we spoke with you when Scott Walker was still leading in Iowa. He's now receded to kind of a third place, fourth place position behind Trump and Ben Carson and Ted Cruz. What is going on the ground in Iowa?
Yeah, it's absolutely fascinating, and I think it's very much an open question as to whether this will still be a summer fling, so to speak, for caucus goers, or whether it's the start of a 5-month romance. And I know you were talking earlier about Trump's tough immigration rhetoric, which really lit his pilot light the campaign earlier this year. But it's really the style, not the substance of what he's saying, because I think we could argue there's probably not a lot of substance, certainly not a lot of conservative thought and principled substance behind what he's saying that's really fueling his rise. Almost the common phrase, there's two things that I hear from people that I talk to that are interested in Trump, that like the fact he's in the race. One is, to put it very bluntly, they love the fact that he's sticking it to the man, whether that man's the political class, whether it's the media elites, whether it's just institutions in general. And the second part, they like the fact that they believe he's not beholden to anybody, that nobody, in his words, even is pulling his strings. So, I talk to a lot of Iowans who appreciate the fact he's in there mixing it up. But the question is, it's one thing to tell a pollster in August, yeah, I like him out there sticking it to these guys. But remember the caucuses. You have to stand up in your own neighborhood in front of your neighbors, the people you go to church with, parents whose kids, your kids go to school with, and stand up and say, oh, hey, by the way, I believe this guy should be the next commander-in-chief, the leader of the free world. That's a very different conversation to have in February than we're talking about now. So, it's an open question whether they convert the political voyeurism we're seeing with all these Iowans turning out to actual caucus support.
And another political outsider, a non-establishment candidate, is Dr. Ben Carson, and he's polling fairly well in Iowa. What were people's reaction to him over the weekend?
Yeah, Dr. Carson's been fascinating. It's been slow, steady. He really hasn't wavered much. He's always been, kind of hanging around that first tier, 9, 10, 11%. When you go to events around the state, and I moderated a national security forum with Dr. Carson in Dubuque about 3 weeks ago, and as the Republican chair, I know a lot of faces around the state, a lot of traditional Republican activists. I probably knew a quarter of the 150 people that turned out for this national security forum. So Dr. Carson's people have found a way to identify Iowans who aren't normally participating in the process, that have been very much attracted to his outsider status. They have a super PAC that has organized chairs in 99 of our counties. And it probably surprises your listeners, but, if I was to stack up who has the organizational strength right now amongst these 17 candidates, there's no question I would probably have Dr. Carson's campaign in the top 4.
Wow, that actually is very surprising that he's got built that political infrastructure in Iowa. So if he has a second-place finish, or maybe even wins the thing, it's stranger things, then you're talking about a candidate that may have a little bit more staying power than originally thought.
Yeah, no question. And of course, with that rise, will come the eventual scrutiny. And, I think that's one thing with all these non-traditional candidates, such as, Trump's in his, kind of a league of his own, but with both Dr. Carson and even Carly Fiorina, with that rise in the polls, are going to become, closer scrutiny on their backgrounds, on their records, trying to dig into, the substance. And let's kick the tires and find out, how conservative these folks are and what type of policies, are underlined by those principles.
Yeah, it seems to me the question that other candidates and candidate supporters should put to Trump and Trump supporters is, okay, let me stipulate that he's the guy saying, who the hell do these people in Washington think they are? And let me stipulate that he's beholden to no one. The real question is, that you're getting to, is if all of that's true, do you trust Trump in terms of his judgment on the range of issues that you care about? And I think that's where people even Trump supporters, start to get a little squeamish.
Yeah, and that's where we'll really see if the true nature of the Iowa caucuses, which, as you both and your listeners know, is regular Iowans asking people a tough question, really drilling down and figuring out who these people are. And right now, we've got someone in Donald Trump who, he's been all over the place, and trying to answer for these, grotesque Planned Parenthood videos that have been making the rounds the last few weeks. It really hasn't been litigated that I think he's still, in the debate the other night, made reference that he supports universal health care. Yesterday, he said that he's going to take foreign policy direction from the generals he sees watching the Sunday shows. Over time,
Really?
5 months of being grilled by Iowans, is that thin of a record on policy going to be able to stand up?
And he was talking about General McBragg.
So, Matt Strawn, what in the world happened to Scott Walker? Was he even there this weekend? I mean, he was the front runner. Now people are saying now he's the afterthought.
Yeah, you know what? I wouldn't be manning the lifeboats yet if I was Scott Walker in Iowa. Part of his operation, they've been very methodical even during the meteoric rise earlier this year. It's Big Ten country. We started talking about football. Let's continue the analogies. Their team is building a 3 yards, cloud of dust, Big Ten style campaign. They rolled out 65 leading activists that kind of forms the foundation of their caucus campaign a week ago. And slow and steady, usually wins the race in the Iowa caucuses. And I wouldn't panic yet. He's at the fair today. Actually, I'll probably get a little wet. I think we got a 90% chance of rain. So I hope that doesn't give people metaphors for where his campaign is now in the state. But it is awfully early. And you also have to remember 4 years ago at this time, we were still basking in the afterglow of Michelle Bachmann's straw poll win. And everybody thinking Rick Perry would be the savior of the Republican Party that would cruise to the nomination as soon as he got in. So just with a little bit of grain of salt. But I wouldn't panic if I was Scott Walker yet.
I like the metaphor, Scott Walker, the Ron Dane of Iowa politics. Very nice. So what about Ted Cruz? It seems to me Ted Cruz is kind of quietly positioning himself in a good place, which is if Trump falters, he's the incumbent politician who's the most anti-establishment and perhaps has the most to gain from Trump receding in the polls if that ultimately occurs.
Yeah, there's two things that have been interesting to follow with Ted Cruz. Is one, he has not built near the organizational ground game that we've seen from even a Dr. Carson. He doesn't have the amount of staff on the ground that Donald Trump even does now. I believe he spent most of last week actually making the rounds in SEC country, where the March primaries are going to be held. But he fits perfectly with about 40% of that Iowa caucus electorate that identifies as evangelical Christian conservatives, and then another 10 to 15% that can really be identified as those rage against the machine, burn it down, don't work within it, Tea Party-ish, national security hawks. And Cruz needs to, continue to engage Iowans, but hang back. Let this Trump fire burn out if it's going to burn out. And if it turns out that it's just the summer of Trump and it's not going to continue into the fall, I think Cruz is very well positioned, which also, creates a little bit of challenge for Governor Walker because Governor Walker needs to continue to make inroads with many of those Christian conservatives that helped fuel his rise earlier this year.
Matt, on the flip side, was there any electricity in the air for Bernie Sanders?
Hey, we've talked about Sanders' momentum before, and it is, it's alive and well. And as I talk to my Democrat buddies, most of them understand that, they ultimately are going to have to fall in line behind Hillary, which I think is great because she's an incredibly flawed candidate, as we're finding out almost by the day. But I'd still be buying. I'd still be a buyer of Bernie Sanders stock in Iowa, at least until the college kids get back this fall. But the closer we get to February 1st, I'm going to short the hell out of it.
Yeah, right. I mean, they're going to have to move from the 73-year-old white socialist to the 68-year-old white socialist. So one other thing, just kind of as the expert and understanding what's happening on the ground in Iowa, like a lot of the national pundits don't. Anyone bubbling up below the fold of the 17 candidates on the Republican side that we're not talking about right now, that we're not seeing, but has a real chance to make an impact in Iowa?
Well, we've seen a little bit of it already, and I know we just talked about Dr. Carson, so we'll keep an eye on him. The other one, and if for whatever reason Ted Cruz is not able to catch fire with the evangelical, social conservative Christian electorate, very, very dark horse, but keep an eye on Governor Jindal.
Oh,
actually.
interesting.
Didn't expect that.
Yep. Governor Jindal has really planted a flag trying to, make his bones with, the ideological right, with Christian conservatives, stressing themes related to religious liberty, certainly defunding Planned Parenthood in his own state. You would be surprised how often I hear people when they give me their list of 4 or 5 they're thinking about. Governor Jindal is often on that list, closely followed by, well, we don't know if he has the ability to go the distance, but I still like him and he's making a good impression. So that would be the kind of the darkest of dark horses at this stage of the process.
And there were 75 foods on a stick. What was your favorite? Because that turkey sausage wrapped in a pancake sounds really good.
I've seen you in person. Don't pretend like you don't eat meat on a stick.
Yeah, brother, I'm not going for the salad on the stick. I think we all know that. Yeah, I'm a traditionalist. I'm a pork chop on a stick guy, and one of the last remaining vestiges of my chairmanship, the good folks at the Iowa Pork Producers Tent still allow me to be a celebrity chef during the fair. But of course, during the presidential cycle, it means I'm there at about 9 o'clock on a Friday night while the guys are sweeping up. But I'll be manning the grill at that time. So if anybody finds themselves in Des Moines this Friday night, come on out and let me serve you up a pork chop on a stick.
Very nice. Matt Strawn, former Iowa State Republican Party chairman. Thanks as always for joining us. Great.
Hey, no problem. Have a great week.
And he joined us on our Turnkey.pro Go Hawks hotline.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper, hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Plenty of sunshine right now, but that will change as the day progresses. We have a chance of a scattered thunderstorm. Humid, hot, a high of 86 degrees. Then tonight, chance of rain. And tomorrow, another chance of rain. Still warm and humid, a high of 83. Let's see how the outbound Kennedy is doing. Is it still shut down between North Avenue and Harlem? Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. Good news. The outbound Kennedy has reopened between Montrose and Harlem, where it was closed for a police investigation of a shooting. There are still heavy delays from North Avenue to Montrose, but again, all lanes have reopened. Even so, it's jammed between North Avenue and the junction. About an hour to get from downtown to that point, but things should improve fairly quickly. Inbound, it's 38 minutes O'Hare to downtown. Eden's 22 minutes, Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 25. The Eisenhower, 43 minutes from Thorndale to the post office, outbound 53. The Stevenson is 48 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 41. Ryan, 21 minutes, 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-State, really slow going now from 115th to the Hinsdale Oasis. And from the Reagan Tollway to Grand Avenue, eastbound Adams Tollway slow, 31 to Barrington Road, and jammed Elmhurst Road to Lee, where there's a crash in the right lane. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
And here's another deal for you. School starts in just a few weeks. And if you've been thinking about sending your child to a private school but thought you couldn't afford it, don't put it off any longer. Just visit halfpriceschools.com. At halfpriceschools.com, you'll find dozens of local private schools that are offering vouchers for a full year of tuition at half the price. There's no catch. It's really simple. Find a school near you, purchase a tuition voucher, and prepare to send your child off to school in a few weeks. HalfPriceSchools.com has schools located all across the Chicago area, including Itasca, Algonquin, Chicago, Naperville, just to name a few. But do not delay. Your child will be heading back to school soon. Are you sending him or her to the best schools? If not, visit HalfPriceSchools.com today. Many of these vouchers have already sold out, so do not wait. Visit HalfPriceSchools.com today. That's HalfPriceSchools.com.
As a parent, nothing fills you with pride more than your child excelling at something that they love. For some kids, it's sports. For others, maybe photography. At Center Stage in Bloomingdale, it's dance. Children of all ages have loved and embraced dance at Center Stage Dance Studio for years. The Daily Herald recognizes year after year the benefit that dance classes provide youths. From 2-year-olds to competitive dancers, classes exist for all styles and expressions. Tap, jazz, ballet, lyrical, even hip-hop. Dancer Magazine voted Center Stage as one of the best dance studios in America. Register for fall classes today by calling 630-529-9080 or check out some pictures and an abundance of useful information at CenterStageDanceOnline.com. Find out how dance can fit into your child's life. Call 630-529-9080 or visit CenterStageDanceOnline.com. Center Stage Dance Studio is a proud supporter of AM 560's Feed the Children.
For a list of complete offer details, visit howwetraderadio.com. An individual's trading strategy or personal trading does not guarantee future results or returns.
Hi, John and Pete Najarian here. You may know us from television, where we're frequently featured on CNBC as leading option experts. We have some great news you do not want to miss.
As option floor traders and co-founders of Option Monster, people always want to know our secrets for trading options.
So we wrote an entire book on it. We've received over 100,000 orders over the past few months, and today we're giving away a limited number of these books for free. Just cover shipping and handling.
Learn how to use options like we do to make more income with less capital.
To reduce your investment risks.
And make money regardless of which way the market's moving.
It's all right here in this book, and today it's yours for free.
Equity options today are hailed as one of the most successful financial products to be introduced in modern times. You have to learn to profit from them.
This one book could dramatically increase your investment returns.
And today, it's free.
Call now. 1-800-600-8551. That's 1-800-600-8551. 1-800-600-8551.
The following is a paid political announcement.
Springfield has become a machine that has empowered and enriched a handful of career politicians at the expense of the hardworking men and women of Illinois. We can't continue to send politicians to Springfield and expect things to change. We need someone with courage, someone with principles, someone willing to take a stand and fight for the people of Illinois.
I'm Paul Sirwatka. As a father of 4, I have real concerns about the direction of our state and what the future holds for our children. Our representatives in Springfield have failed us. For decades now, they knew the issues we faced, and out of fear, neglect, or self-serving interest, they refused to make the critical decisions necessary to address them. As a former firefighter paramedic, and in my service as a village trustee, I've proven my commitment to make the kinds of tough decisions needed to get Illinois out of the grips of the machine. This is our state. This is our home. Now is the time to take back Illinois.
Visit paulsirwatka.com and join the fight to take back our state. Paid for by Take Back Illinois with Paul Sirwatka.
Every guy dreads the honey-do list, so give yourself a weekend off and check out ChicagoRadioDeals.com for some home improvement help. How's the air quality in your home? Allergens could be affecting the air you breathe. Royal Air Duct Cleaning in Hoffman Estates will rid your home of all unwanted bacteria, including mold, fungi, and algae, for only $99. Plus, Royal Air Duct Cleaning Service can clean your residential dryer vent, too, for only $50, half off the normal rate. Allergies are bad right now, which can be a sign of mold in your home. Are you safe from mold and other toxins? Mold Pro Chicago offers an in-home assessment that includes visual and lab analysis, plus up to 4 in-home air tests for $250. That's half off regular cost. Enjoy the outdoors while you can. There's plenty of time to hang on to your deck. Make sure it looks fabulous with a great deal from another pro, Cedar Pro Deck Restoration, with a $700 value dry deck cleaning for only $350. For more home improvement deals, visit ChicagoRadioDeals.com. That's ChicagoRadioDeals.com.
Wonderful read.
Yes, thank you.
Sadly, summer is almost over, but there's still time to enjoy one last summer music festival. The Naperville JCs are celebrating 50 years of Last Fling this coming Labor Day weekend. This year's live performances include Lita Ford, Bad Medicine, and Chevelle and Daughtry. For more information and to purchase tickets, visit lastfling.org. But right now, you can win a pair of tickets to Daughtry's performance on Saturday, the 5th, by being caller number 10. Caller number 10. 2 free tickets to Daughtry's performance on Saturday, the 5th. The number 312-642-5600. Caller number 10 wins 2 free tickets, 312-642-5600.
If you're looking to improve your child's academic education and attitude toward life, Christian Liberty Academy, based in Arlington Heights, has provided thousands of children in preschool through 12th grade with a superior, accredited, and affordable Christian education since 1968. The Academy offers a spacious and well-equipped campus, dynamic math and computer classes, art and music instruction, as well as comprehensive sports programs and after-school care services. The teaching staff at Christian Liberty is comprised of people who take a genuine and personal interest in each of their students and make it a point to give them the individualized attention that they need. Call the Academy at 847-385-2013 to schedule a tour or visit ChristianLibertyAcademy.com. That's ChristianLibertyAcademy.com. Don't let another week go by before you get serious about finding the proper school environment for each of your children. The summer is slipping away and registrations are filling up fast in many grades. So contact Christian Liberty Academy today and give your children a great foundation for learning and for life.
At LifeQuotes.com, we've solved the worst problem there is with buying life insurance, the medical exam. At LifeQuotes.com, you can instantly compare the rates of 50 leading life insurance companies and buy online from the company of your choice. For example, a healthy male, age 30, can now apply for $400,000 of high-quality, no-exam term life insurance for less than $35 per month. Females pay even less. LifeQuotes.com is online, private, and convenient. Want more good news? Life insurance rates are now at all-time lows. At LifeQuotes.com, we make it easy to search the life insurance market in seconds, view the lowest possible rates, and apply online to the company of your choice. Visit LifeQuotes.com today to see how much you could save. Plan availability varies by state. LifeQuotes.com or call us at 1-800-640-LIFE. That's 1-800-640-LIFE.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
At 8:15, Amy Jacobson is starting the gas prices are too damn high party.
Yes, I am. And later at 8:38, Craig James, former sports commentator for ABC and ESPN, who was recently fired from Fox, he'll be here. You won't want to miss it. But first, let's go back into the newsroom. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. Storms are in the forecast. We'll have details coming up. But now Fox News on AM 560, The Answer, WIND Chicago.
Fox News Radio, I'm Lisa Brady. The U.S. military is planning to use more drones, a lot more, in the next few years. Fox News Radio's John Decker, live at the White House.
The Pentagon plans to increase by 50% the number of daily drone flights over the next 4 years. According to the Wall Street Journal, the Pentagon also will increase the capacity for lethal airstrikes. While the Air Force now operates most U.S. drone flights, the new plan would give the Army and Special Operations some of the capability to carry out the drone flights. The Pentagon believes that by increasing the number of drone flights, it will give military commanders more access to intelligence in hotspots such as Ukraine, Iraq, Pakistan, and Syria. Lisa?
Thanks, John. Donald Trump just arriving for jury duty in New York after reportedly ignoring 5 jury summonses since 2006. His campaign says those went to the wrong address. Trump stumping in Iowa over the weekend and vowing a crackdown on illegal immigration.
They have to go. What if they have no place to go? We will work with them. They have to go.
Telling NBC's Meet the Press.
We either have a country or we don't have a country.
His first again in the new Fox News poll with a 13-point lead over nearest Republican rival Ben Carson. Ted Cruz is third. A red flag over more of Hillary Clinton's emails. Fox News Radio's Rachel Sutherland, live in Washington.
Dozens of the Democrat presidential hopefuls' old emails have been flagged by officials as containing classified data, according to the Washington Times. At the Iowa State Fair, the former Secretary of State said,
"The facts are I did not send nor did I receive material marked classified."
Former intelligence officer Tony Shaffer told Fox News Radio the Pentagon often classifies information retroactively.
They essentially will make up the reasons to classify things which become politically sensitive.
The Times cites officials as saying the number of sensitive messages likely to grow as they sift through the vast trove of information. Lisa.
Thanks, Rachel. You're listening to Fox News Radio. Fair and balanced.
71 degrees in Chicago at 8:02 on AM 560 The Answer. I'm Jim Talamonte in for Mike Scott this morning. An investigation is ongoing after a parachutist involved in a midair collision at the Chicago Air and Water Show died Sunday. Officials say Sergeant First Class Corey Hood of Cincinnati passed away after his injuries. He collided with a member of the Navy Leapfrogs jump team on Saturday. A search continues for a Hoffman Estates man who went missing after he attended the Air and Water Show. Police say Steven Sanchez was last seen Saturday night near Burnham Harbor. His motorcycle and cell phone were found a short time later downtown near the Burns Circle interchange. Governor Rauner is sending an amended version of a marijuana decriminalization law back to the General Assembly. The governor used his veto authority Friday to have the law set a fine of $100 to $200 for possessing up to 10 grams of pot. The ongoing bill had the fine between $55 and $125. Sports, White Sox edged the Cubs 3-1 Sunday. Lefty Chris Sale had 15 strikeouts.
I wouldn't say I knew the exact number. It's a fun time.
The Fire tied Philadelphia 3-3. Time now for the AM 560 Business Beat from the Fox Business Network. Here's Chris Honig.
From the Fox Business Network, futures are flat as investors await the latest housing data from the National Association of Home Builders. Samsung is slumping. Shares have hit a 10-month low, down 3% today and 17% for the year, as consumers continue to show disappointment now with the company's newest smartphones. The Galaxy Note 5 and S6 Edge Plus were unveiled last week. Americans are waiting longer than ever to buy their first home. Analysis by real estate website Zillow says the median age of first-time buyers is now 33, 3 years older than it was in the 1970s. It's part of a trend in industry and government reports, including waiting longer to get married and have kids. Indian budget airline Indigo has placed a record order with airplane maker Airbus. India's largest domestic airline ordered 250 single-aisle A320neo jets, Airbus's largest ever order by number of planes. List price for the deal would be about $26 billion, though airlines usually negotiate discounts. With the Fox Business Report, I'm Chris Honig.
News as a Service of Autism speaks, and the Ad Council. As a parent, you can't help but look at your child and dream about the future. But while you're dreaming, consider this. The odds that your child will be diagnosed with autism are 1 in 68. Catching it early can make a world of difference. Learn the signs at autismspeaks.org. It's 8:04. Where are the cars? The answer in 2 minutes on AM 560. The Answer.
Money. It affects every part of your life. Whether it's saving for college for your kids, saving for retirement for yourself, or just finding a way to get out of debt. But do you really have a strategy to make the most of your money?
Someone tell people this is going to happen. It's called life.
Listen to the Dave Ramsey Show to learn practical tools for managing and growing your money.
You have to think.
Tonight at 7 on AM 560. The Answer.
2 little tablets is all it takes to make your thin hair feel and look thicker and fuller, guaranteed. Viviscal is clinically researched to promote existing hair growth from men and women. You'll love your hair growth results, guaranteed. Viviscal is so effective, it's recommended by top doctors. Want to try Viviscal? Every listener that calls now gets a 90-day risk-free supply plus free shipping. Call now, 800-881-6190. 800-881-6190. That's 800-881-6190.
You're not crazy to start your own business, no matter what they say. We're GoDaddy.com, and we're just the team to help get your business online. Our Get Online Today toolkit gets you a memorable domain name, a professional website, and personalized email powered by Microsoft Office 365 for just $1 per month. Just $1 with the purchase of an annual plan. Get your business online today with the Get Online Today toolkit at GoDaddy.com/radio. That's GoDaddy.com/radio. Domain included with annual plan only. See site for details.
AM 560 News Time, 8:06. Now a check of the roads from the ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center. The outbound Kennedy has improved dramatically. It was shut down between Montrose and Harlem after investigation of an early morning shooting. There are delays from Damon to Sayre, but now it's 25 minutes to Montrose, 42 minutes downtown to O'Hare, inbound 38 minutes O'Hare to downtown. The problem now on the I-90 side is eastbound getting to the Kennedy via the Adams Tollway. It's just a mess from Bussey to Lee with a crash there blocking the right lane. Eden's 22 minutes, like Cook to Montrose, outbound 31. The Eisenhower 45 minutes, Thorndale to downtown, outbound 51 minutes. Stevenson is 48 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 41. Ryan 22 minutes, 95th to downtown, northbound Tri-State, slow going Southwest Highway most of the way to 31st and Roosevelt to Grand, eastbound Reagan Tollway, stop and go Randall to Eola, and 83 to the Tri-State. 8:07 on AM 560, The Answer in Chicago's Morning Answer. Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson continues next. Now your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, a tradition of excellence since 1935. Here's meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
A mix of sun and some clouds today with a couple of showers and a heavy thunderstorm for the afternoon and evening. High of 88. Tonight, partly cloudy with a shower or thunderstorm spots late at night. Thunderstorms can cause flash flooding. Low of 69. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560. The Answer.
Right now, 71 degrees at O'Hare, 74 at Midway, 75 along Chicago's lakefront. Next news update is at 8:30. Continuous coverage of news, traffic, and weather at 560theanswer.com. Chicago's Morning Answer continues now on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by In the Crease Hockey Radio with Kenny McCudden, heard Sunday evenings at 11, and brought to you by Coco 5 All Natural Coconut Water.
Good morning. Welcome to your Monday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
I won't pretend that this is anything other than what it is, the same old partisan games we've seen so many times before.
In the discipline of the national security establishment, you never let this stuff out of your hands, and especially on a handheld. And if this, in fact, were on her handheld, was sent to her, or she forwarded it anyway, I wonder if she's capable of being president.
What do you tell conservatives who say you and the Clintons are in cahoots?
Well, it's totally false. First of all, nobody's been tougher on Hillary Clinton than me.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson. So, Amy, this column that friend of the show, Kristen McQuarrie, she of the Chicago Tribune editorial board, wrote last week, has unleashed the
hounds.
Well, I would say the unhinged intolerance of the hateful left. The piece that McQuarrie wrote for the Tribune was about wishing figuratively, as she stated explicitly in her column, wishing figuratively for a Katrina to hit Chicago because of the lack of political will to embark upon the system change that is required to right the financial ship at CPS, at City Hall, at the state of Illinois more generally, but she focused on CPS and City Hall. And this has gotten a response from Salon.com. It's gone national. It's gone kind of viral.
Mm-hmm. It was in Mediaite over the weekend, too.
Sure, yeah, because, of course, it's the top line. And so you have this in the Twitterverse, all of these leftists that are just waiting to unleash their moral indignation, and their appetite is insatiable. Certainly, if Bernie Sanders, an avowed socialist, is going to be booed off the stage in a progressive haven like Seattle by the Black Lives Matter crowd, a centrist like Kristen McQuarrie is going to be vanquished as well, or at least the attempt is going to be made. And Salon.com, I love this. They refer to her as a conservative Chicago Tribune editor.
Yeah, she was labeled that everywhere.
Kristen wouldn't call herself a conservative because she's not a conservative. She's a centrist. But
Okay.
but of course, they have to overstate the case in order to
Is she a
just...
Tea Party member? Because that's coming down the pipe next.
That's silly. In order to, kind of unleash their invective. And so Salon.com provides a compendium of some of these unhinged tweeters. State House chick ignores not only the people killed by Katrina, but also the communities that were lost. Everybody is wanting to go to Katrina and cast themselves as the moral guardians of Katrina. It's so terrible what happened. And we're outraged and upset about it like no one else is. Like other people who aren't as outraged as us by McQuarrie's column, or just generally speaking what happened in Katrina, don't care about Black lives, don't care about New Orleans, don't care about communities that were lost. And then other people talk about, compare this town needs a 9/11, this town needs a 1906 San Francisco earthquake. State House chick, which is McQuarrie's Twitter handle. You want an easy way to rid of the poor and oppressed. What better way than a natural disaster to keep white hands clean?
Well, 1,833 people died during Hurricane Katrina. It cost them upwards of $208 billion. If I had a loved one who died in Hurricane Katrina, I'd be a little upset. I mean, I understand her point. I'm smart enough to know the metaphor. But look what they did. The Tribune changed the title of her article. It used to be called In Chicago, Wishing for Hurricane Katrina. It has now been retitled to Chicago, New Orleans, and Rebirth, which also includes her tweet saying that, this was a figurative one and that she acknowledged Katrina was a tragedy.
It wasn't just her tweet. It was actually in the column. And the comparison is about man-made disasters because it turns out Katrina, man-made disaster with respect to the levees. Mm-hmm. And what we have in the city of Chicago is a man-made disaster. I'll also note the irony of all of the hate that is heaped on McQuarrie.
No, that's not fair.
That this comes against the backdrop Friday of unanimity. Standard & Poor's downgrading CPS debt to junk status. So we have unanimity on the substance of the matter that McQueary opines on, and yet people want to go back and relitigate Katrina like this was a serious discussion about whether Katrina was a good thing or bad thing. What she's talking about, and this gets lost because the left doesn't want to confront this, because the left is in charge of places like Chicago, is in charge of CPS. They don't want to confront the man-made disasters they're responsible for. So it's easier to say, well, oh my gosh, she's comparing. She wants a hurricane to hit Chicago. Silliness, not serious people. And McQueary is expressing an exasperation that many feel, not just conservatives, that you don't have serious people in charge of CPS. You don't have serious people in charge of City Hall, including one tiny dancer who was reelected, including with the support of center-right folks. They're not making the decisions to stave off some real hurt that is coming. This isn't about, washing away the poor and oppressed as the idiot left would describe. This is about saying the poor and oppressed are going to continue to be poor and oppressed, and the oppression and the poverty is going to get worse because the city can't finance any of its operations. And it can't do so at exorbitant tax burdens on everyone, including regressive tax burdens on the so-called poor and oppressed that the left likes to pretend they represent, but really they keep under the heel of their boot.
Well, this is a larger question, too. When there's lives involved, lives lost, can you use the metaphor? Can you use the metaphor of Hurricane Katrina?
Let's have the Tribune, every editorial come with trigger warnings and safe places for the sensitive, delicate tendencies of the left so no one's feelings get hurt when you purposely misinterpret a figure of speech, when you purposely misinterpret a rhetorical vice to underscore a larger problem. It's silliness.
Why did they cave and change the title of the article?
Well, who do you think the Tribune is? This is the point. Hey, Tribune editorial board members, particularly the liberal ones, do you know what people like me are now talking about when we talk about the unhinged intolerance of the left? Because let me tell you something. McQueary doesn't write this piece and then just post it online. This goes through an editorial process, doesn't it? So there are other people who read this, who edited it, found nothing objectionable because they posted it. That's not her call. That's the editorial board leadership and the editorial leadership generally of the Chicago Tribune. But now they're running because that's what you do in modern times. You run away from the hysterical left because they shout the loudest. And this is why you have the parameters of discussion increasingly narrow. So I guess we need Pioneer Court over by Chicago Tribune to be a safe place to riot. That's going to be next.
Well, do you think she should have written an apology article the next day?
Absolutely not.
She did.
She did not write an apology. She wrote a clarification. She did not apologize.
They passed it off as an apology. They meaning the mainstream media. But the title is McQueary, Hurricane Katrina, and What Was in My Heart.
Yes, that's not an apology. That's a further explanation. I don't even think that was warranted. Yeah, but that's fine if she feels the desire to write it.
Maybe she was pressured to do it.
Well, perhaps. But here's the other thing. And by the way, this is why old media is going the way of the dodo bird. Chicago Tribune, FYI, have you taken a look at the stock price lately? Those people that are that were in charge of the Chicago Tribune coming out of bankruptcy, those investors, they're pulling out. You know why I know that? Because the Tribune stock price is down 60% year over year, and most of that fall has happened in the last 90 days. They are done with this dog called the Chicago Tribune, and the investors that have skin in the game and want to make their money, they're pulling out. And of course, this is leading to other people, smaller investors, to pull out. Sean from Elmwood Park.
Well, I wasn't calling about Kristen McQueary. However, I will state that Salon.com really, if they were so concerned about the tragedy, and it was a tragedy at Katrina, which was a natural disaster, I don't know how all of a sudden this becomes political. I've always been confused by that. I didn't like it when it happened. I don't like it now. So what I called about, though, was the lead-in you had about the oil prices. Are we going to talk about that, or are we just
we're going to talk about it at 8:15.
All right, here's the issue. 6-year low. Oil prices are at a 6-year low. Over 78 cents a gallon.
Sean, that's why we have an analyst from Gas Buddy on. So you're
not our gas buddy today. I'm sorry. We love you.
Hold your roll on that. Thanks for the call, Sean. Dan on North Side, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Yes, if you Google Steve Colbert interviewing Jesse Jackson on the Colbert Report after Katrina, was one of the best questions I've ever heard asked. He asked Jesse Jackson, now that we've taken care of the poverty problem in New Orleans, what's next? And it was one of the best questions that I've ever heard asked, and it was on the Colbert Report. If you Google it, it's there. And you see Jesse Jackson's response. It's kind of, it's on the Colbert Report. It is what it is. So.
Thanks for the call, Dan. I mean, I'll tell you what. I mean, that's the question of Salon and all these unhinged tweeters that reside at Salon.com with their frontal lobotomies. What about CPS? What about the city? How are the poor and oppressed faring in the city under all of their utopian big government policies? Safe streets, good schools, access to good job opportunities? I don't think so. Is that a Chicago Tribune columnist problem, or is that the responsibility of the political leadership of this city for the last 100 years?
This is the morning show more Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Coming up next one, will those gas prices go down? We'll have an expert from GasBuddy.com. But first, here is your forecast. Plenty of sunshine right now, but it's not going to last. We can have a scattered thunderstorm rolling through here this afternoon, a high of 86 degrees tonight. Another chance of a shower or heavier thunderstorm. And tomorrow, Tuesday, can't rule out a chance of rain. It'll still be humid, a high of 83. Let's get the travel times, and thank goodness the outbound Kennedy is reopened. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Right on about that, Amy. Good morning. Good morning, Dan. Outbound Kennedy, it's still very slow from around around North Avenue to from around Belmont now is where the delay starts and continues to Canfield. 36 minutes downtown to O'Hare. At one point, the expressway was shut down from Montrose to Sayre after a shooting. Inbound, 36 minutes from O'Hare to downtown. But the eastbound Adams Tollway is really jammed from Arlington Heights Road to Lee. All lanes have reopened there after a crash. The Edens, 22 minutes Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 31. The Kennedy, or check that, the Eisenhower, 45 minutes from Thorndale to the Loop, outbound 56. It's jammed Independence to 25th. Stevenson, 45 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 41. The Ryan is 22 minutes, 95th to downtown. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
Hey, if you need to sell your home in Chicagoland, Sean Hannity here with some very important facts that you need to know. 40% of homes hitting the market in Chicago are not selling. Now, those are horrible odds. That's exactly why you need to call Saul Z and the Z team at Keller Williams, based right here in Chicagoland. Saul sells a home on average every 24 hours and attracts hundreds of buyers every month locally, nationally, and internationally. Recently, the Wall Street Journal ranked Saul's team in the top 110 teams out of 1.2 million agents in the U.S. Saul Z guarantees to sell your home in 29 days at a price and deadline that you agreed to, or he will buy your home or he'll sell it for free. Plus, working with Saul is also risk-free. After 24 hours, if he's not doing his job, you can walk away free and clear. Don't worry, you won't. Just call the agent I would call if I needed to sell my home and lived in Chicagoland. Call Saul now at 888-346-0666. That's 888-346-0666, or go online at callsaul.net. That's callsaul.net.
If you're suffering from hearing loss, then turn up your radio, because you'll want to hear this life-changing offer. Right now, you have the chance to hear things again more clearly and crisply than you ever imagined. Absolutely risk-free. You heard me right. Now you can try an amazing, life-changing technological breakthrough called Listen Clear and hear everything, absolutely risk-free. We'll even give you free shipping and free batteries for life. But you must call now. 1-800-300-3391. Listen Clear is precisely engineered by audiologists to fit your ear almost invisibly, and you can adjust it to hear more clearly wherever you are and whatever you're doing. Listen Clear is lightweight and practically invisible, so nobody will even know you're wearing it. Now you can hear everything with Listen Clear. Call for your 100% risk-free home trial with free shipping and free batteries for life. For free information, call now. 1-800-300-3391. That's 1-800-300-3391. 1-800-300-3391.
If you're looking for the latest news, insight into what it means, and the sharpest opinion, there's only one station in Chicago where you can turn, and it's this one. We're AM 560. The Answer.
You know, I've been driving around on fumes because I'm waiting for the gas prices to fall, and finally I had to suck it up and go to the gas station 2 weeks ago. $37.26 to fill up my tank. Yesterday, $72.56.
And
that's
that,
a big, big difference.
And that's a lot, especially since you drive a Chevy Volt. That is very expensive. So here's the reason. So what's about $4 a gallon?
Yeah.
Yeah, $4 a gallon.
It's ridiculous.
I wonder what it has to do. I wonder why Chicago always has the highest gas prices in the nation. Let me see. Could be the taxes. We have the federal motor fuel excise tax. Okay. We have Illinois environmental tax. We have the Illinois state sales tax. We have the Illinois excise tax. We have the Cook County and city excise tax. We have the county home rule sales tax. We have the home rule sales tax. We have the Regional Transportation Authority sales tax.
I'm exhausted watching you.
So on that $4 a gallon gas price that you're paying, about 80 cents of that is taxes. So there is some fluctuation, but Illinois or Chicago, Illinois, one of the few states that tax gas twice, in addition to all of those other layers of taxation, which is the real story of why Chicago is always near the top. But for more insight into what's happening in the petroleum market and whether or not we should all buy Chevy Volts, we're now joined by Patrick DeHaan, who's a senior petroleum analyst at GasBuddy.com. Patrick, thanks so much for joining us.
And my pleasure.
So what to do if you're Amy Jacobson and you can't afford to drive around in your fossil fueled car anymore?
Well, I think it's probably time to buy a MetroPass. I don't think it's going to get any better here in the next few days, and all joking aside, it's obviously a huge hit at the pump that we've seen. And a lot of the media has been focusing on BP Whiting, and of course that's probably the biggest piece of the pie. But in the backdrop, it's probably worth mentioning that a few other refineries are down for maintenance or have scheduled maintenance. And I think that's where some of the reaction in the market is coming from in terms of prices. It's BP Whiting is the largest in the Midwest. That's probably the catalyst for a lot of the increase. But only is the increase so significant because other refineries are starting maintenance or, coming up, starting for maintenance.
Well, Patrick, what happened at that BP refinery in Whiting, Indiana?
Well, BP doesn't officially say a whole lot in regards to what happened. Our sources tell us that a major pipe still went offline. That pipe still is the actual feed to that unit, meaning that's the pipe or the delivery system that would input crude oil directly into that refining unit, and it went down unexpectedly. It compromised the integrity of the unit itself. So you're dealing with a major outage. That unit has over half of that total capacity at BP Whiting. So it's a pretty significant emergency shutdown, probably made worse by some other refinery outages. In fact, now we're hearing word that Phillips 66, they have a refinery near Wood River, Illinois, which is down towards St. Louis, and they may delay maintenance in light of the BP Whiting situation.
But Mark J. Perry over at Carpe Diem blog, who's an econ professor at University of Michigan, he notes, and he follows the energy markets pretty closely, that petroleum production domestically is at an all-time high. So
that's right.
How to reconcile?
That's correct. In the last week, the EIA says refineries have been feeding oil at breakneck pace, and of course that data was before Whiting went down. And why are crude oil refineries supplying their facilities? Why are they pumping near 100% capacity? Well, that's part of the problem, is that demand for gasoline has been very hot, and already ahead of the Whiting issue, refineries were churning out at breakneck pace. So suddenly demand is through the roof. We have no spare capacity. We have no breathing room for any unexpected issues. And then what happens? And certainly the market gets in a panic, if you will. Markets react this way sometimes. Look at the way the Dow Jones reacts to sudden and unexpected news. It's emotional. Certainly, it's not fair. It's not right. But this is the market that we have set up, and it's because demand for gasoline has been so high that the market reacted in the way it did.
But are any of these escalating prices due to price gouging, or they're trying to take advantage of us? I mean, the BP was so high, and then the Citgo across the street was half of that. Then the next day, they had price matching wars.
Okay, Attorney General Lisa Madigan.
Well, I'll tell you what, that's a great question. And frankly, nobody wants to hear this, and they're all probably going to release some expletives. But in this case, the numbers I look at, the wholesale prices that stations are actually paying did not rise in many cases as much as the stations costed, meaning that they didn't raise prices more than they had to. In fact, wholesale prices went up 90 cents. And if anything, it seems like retail prices across Chicago in some cases went up 50 to 70 cents. Not many stations matched the increase in their costs. So in this situation, stations are really losing on the losing side of things.
Oh, it's interesting. So it's not the evil big oil gouging people. It's people trying to respond to market conditions while not alienating a customer base, like how a market economy is supposed to work.
Well, it's certainly not gas stations, but refineries that are not suffering from an unexpected issue are the huge winners. And ExxonMobil, Joliet, Citgo, and Lamont, any refinery that's not having problems and is able to produce gasoline amidst this climate of rapidly rising prices is a big winner. They are taking home the bacon.
All right, Patrick Dehan, Senior Petroleum Analyst for GasBuddy.com. Thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
My pleasure. Thanks.
And he joined us on our Turnkey.pro answer line.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Be honest. Will owning a bigger TV help you get ahead in life? Will another pair of shoes make you a better person? Probably not. But what if you could speak another language? If acquiring a new language excites you more than acquiring more stuff, then wait until you hear this. As part of its biggest language learning event in history, Rosetta Stone is giving away demos of its powerful language learning software absolutely free. For your free demo, call 1-800-433-7114. And Rosetta Stone has made language learning more convenient than ever. Learn on your computer or iPad, then practice on the go with your smartphone or MP3 player without ever opening a book or memorizing boring vocabulary again. Do you want more stuff, or do you want a language that will last a lifetime? After all, it's all about priorities. To try a free demo of this powerful language learning software, call 1-800-433-7114. Again, get your free demo now. 1-800-433-7114. That's 1-800-433-7114.
So often on the show, we talk about the important issues that affect your world, things like the economy, education, and foreign policy. And on this show, because there's always so much going on, we don't always have the time to drill down and talk about the big ideas behind the big issues. That's one of the reasons I'm involved with a new website, along with the Illinois Policy Institute, called Upstream Ideas, online at upstream-ideas.com. That's upstream-ideas.com. At Upstream Ideas, you'll find information that will inform some of the policy discussions that we're having here on this show and elsewhere. At Upstream Ideas, we want to broaden the parameters of debate, move beyond the same old partisan assumptions, and challenge accepted orthodoxies. And we debunk some of the faulty premises that inform the rules on which our free society is based. In other words, we're pushing against the current and thinking upstream. We'll ask, why are conditions the way they are? And how can those conditions be improved? Go online now to upstream-ideas.com. That's upstream-ideas.com. With each visit to Upstream Ideas, you'll be armed with new information and fresh perspectives to spur you on to make the state of Illinois and the United States of America a bit more free, a bit more just, and a bit more civilized. And tomorrow, look for our exclusive long-form interview with Chicago Tribune columnist John Cass.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer, he was pretty much fired because of his religious beliefs.
Now, we'll talk to former NFL player and ABC, ESPN, and Fox Sports commentator Craig James about his lawsuit, the lawsuit that he filed against Fox Sports. And then at 8:45, why Michael Sam quit football. After all of that to do, he's out of football.
We have the real reason he's called it quits. But first, let's go back into the newsroom and say hello again to Jim Talamonte, who's filling in today for Mike Scott.
Good morning, Amy and Dan. We're up to 75 degrees now in Chicago. Sunny skies at 8:32 on AM 560. The Answer. A major explosion has rocked the center of Thailand's capital. At least 12 people are reported dead and many more wounded. Police say a bomb went off near a shrine at a major Bangkok intersection. Investigators have reportedly flagged dozens of Hillary Clinton's emails from when she was Secretary of State. The Washington Times reports that investigators now cite 60 emails that include classified data, and that number is likely to jump. An Army paratrooper has died after a mid-air collision at the Chicago Air and Water Show. Authorities say 32-year-old Sergeant First Class Corey Hood of Cincinnati died from the injuries he suffered Saturday. The Illinois Department of Corrections is investigating after workers' personal information may have been compromised. The IDOC says a response to a Freedom of Information Act request by a civilian included names, ranks, salaries, and Social Security numbers of employees. Sports, it was the White Sox over the Cubs 3-1 Sunday. Fire tied at Philadelphia 3-all. News is a service of the Foundation for a Better Life. Mr. Rogers passed along friendship, hoping we would too. Friendship, pass it on. From the Foundation for a Better Life at values.com. AM 560 news time is 8:33. How bad is traffic? Have the answer in 2 minutes. On AM 560, The Answer.
This year, take your fantasy draft to Buffalo Wild Wings, the only place as obsessed with football as you are. Wall-to-wall TVs, great food, and excellent drinks. Buffalo Wild Wings. Wings, beer, sports.
Imagine buying a house and getting a second one for free, or purchasing the new car of your dreams and receiving a second identical car free. Okay, maybe a free second MyPillow isn't as dramatic, but sleeping well and waking up energized is pretty important. I've been telling you for a while now, I get my best sleep ever with MyPillow. With the buy one, get one offer, you can basically get and give the gift of a great night's sleep. MyPillow helps with snoring, headaches, neck pain, insomnia, allergies, all types of ailments. That's why it was named the official pillow of the National Sleep Foundation. For the MyPillow buy one, get one free offer, use the promo code Amy. Plus, you can get 50% off those pillow toppers and other products. Visit MyPillow.com or call 800-489-0201. Remember to use the promo code Amy. Do it now. 800-489-0201 or online at MyPillow.com. 800-489-0201.
Are you at risk of identity theft? Yes. A new identity theft happens every 2 seconds. Does giving out your social security number increase risk? Yes. Putting personal information out there increases risk. If you forget your significant other's birthday, are you at risk of getting the silent treatment? Probably. No one likes having their birthday forgotten, but it won't increase the risk of identity theft. Unfortunately, things like shopping and breaches will. That's why LifeLock goes beyond free services that simply monitor credit, from detecting threats to helping resolve issues if your identity is ever compromised. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses, but LifeLock has proprietary technology to detect threats and a dedicated resolution staff to help restore your good name. Is getting the silent treatment fun? No, but it's a walk in the park compared to having your identity stolen. Protection starts at $9.99 a month. For 10% off, go to lifelock.com and use promo code NEWS.
8:36 on AM 560. The Answer now for a check of the roads from the ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center. The eastbound Adams Tollway has heavy delays. First from 25 to 59, and then it's jammed from Arlington Heights Road to Lee after a crash. All lanes are now open, and the inbound Kennedy has delays starting up around Irving Park. It's 36 minutes, O'Hare to downtown. Outbound 36 as well, slow Belmont to Canfield, much improved after the expressway was shut down early this morning due to a shooting near Sayre. The Edens is fine inbound, but outbound it's a 12-minute delay from Montrose to Dempster. Inbound Eisenhower, 45 minutes, Thorndale to downtown, outbound 52. Stevenson, 45 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 41. Ryan is 21 minutes, 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-State, slow going Southwest Highway to 31st and Roosevelt to Grand. Northbound Veterans Memorial, slow from 75th to the Reagan Tollway and Army Trail to 290. More of Chicago's Morning Answer is coming your way next. Now your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, a tradition of excellence since 1935. Clouds today, in the afternoon especially, there's a chance for scattered thunderstorms. High of 88. Tonight, scattered showers, low 69. And tomorrow, chance for storms, high 83. Currently 75 degrees at O'Hare, 77 at Midway, 77 along the lakefront. Continuous coverage of the latest news, traffic, and weather at 560theanswer.com. Next news at 9 o'clock. Now more of Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560 The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Illinois Rising, hosted by Dan Proft and the Illinois Policy Institute. Sunday afternoons at 3 on AM 560 The Answer.
Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson. Amy, we talked about this story briefly last week. Craig James, you know Craig James. He's a former SMU Mustang. He's a former running back for the New England Patriots. You've seen him be the color guy on college and pro football games, ABC, ESPN, and then he was hired by Fox Sports, and then he was fired by Fox Sports, ostensibly for something he said 18 months before he was hired, when he was running for a U.S. Senate seat in Texas, something he said about the redefinition of marriage. He basically opposed the redefinition of marriage, like incumbent U.S. Senator Ted Cruz and a host of other politicians,
Yes.
me, political candidates for like the presidency of the United States. Fox initially somebody said basically his views would not have been acceptable according to our HR policy. Now Fox News is saying, no, he wasn't fired for his religious beliefs. So it's very curious. Fox Sports seems to be saying completely opposite and mutually exclusive things. And Craig James has filed a religious discrimination suit against Fox Sports, and he joins us now. Craig, thanks so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Good morning, Dan. Good morning, Amy. How are y'all?
Good. And he also joins us with his attorney, Cleve Doty. I appreciate you both being with us. So just run us through what exactly happened from being retained by Fox Sports to be a color commentator and being terminated by Fox Sports.
I had a very brief 1-hour career with Fox Sports.
Okay.
I thought when on the air we had a good night, but it was not so. It's just, I think that the real important thing to understand in this and what happened is they called and recruited me for a job. And the man who called and recruited me, the general manager of Fox Sports Southwest, had known me for a long time. I consider him a friend. They knew my background. They knew I had run for Senate 18 months earlier. They knew everything about me. What we are going to do, and I'll let Cleve mention all of the legal ramifications, we're not going to let them redo history. We have some evidence, and the only conversation Fox Sports about Craig James was about firing me because of my belief in marriage being natural. And there are laws that protect individuals like me. Employees have rights, and they broke the law, and we're going to hold them accountable for it.
So you wanted to do one job. Was it a football game? What kind of sporting event was it? Did you ever get on the air, or did they yank you before you made it?
Well, I had one show, 60 Minutes, and all I talked about on the air, Amy, was college football. Nothing about when I'd run for office, none of my personal beliefs, nothing of which I had done for over 20 years at ESPN, ABC, CBS, and others. And I've never had an issue. I have worked with all kinds of different folks, played as an NFL guy with all kinds of different folks who have beliefs and non-beliefs. This has never been a problem for me in my life until Fox Sports finally jumped up and held it against me.
So you didn't say, like, for example, on the air, before I analyze this 3-4 defense, I'd like to tell you about my policy to cut marginal tax rates. You weren't using this as a platform for future office to talk about anything political. It was all, what you do, which is, provide your expertise on football.
This was such a reckless handling of a person and their belief and their job. It's almost laughable. I've said many times it was a sucker punch that someone would call and ask me to come do a job. I agreed to do it. It was a re-entry for me back into sports after trying to run for public office. Felt really good about it. And for them the next day, literally the next day, to call me after a 1-hour show and tell me that I was gone, and then to find out I was gone because of what I had said 18 months earlier, it's mind-boggling.
Scott Grogan, who's the senior VP of communications for Fox Networks Group, said that had nothing to do with your religious beliefs, but it was that you were a polarizing figure. At ABC or ESPN, did you ever have any problems or arguments about politics, outside of camera shot?
No, Lord, no. This is I've heard my attorneys at Liberty Institute, which are Jeff Mateer, Hiram Sasser, and Cleve's on the air with us, talk about many times they have to go chase and find circumstantial evidence. We know what they talked about. We've done some limited discovery and depositions. We have it in emails. We see what they were talking about, and it had nothing to do with Craig James being polarizing. To that point there also, I want to make this very clear. If you're on the air as long as I've been on the air, you're going to have people who like you and dislike you. You're going to be polarizing if you're saying anything. Mm-hmm. And I always tried to speak what I felt like I believed. One school was going to love me one Saturday because I picked them. The other school was not going to like me. So that's just part of the nature of the business.
Maybe you should start just confining yourself to putting mascot heads on, like Lee Corso. and you can avoid all of this problem. So why the religious discrimination suit? Obviously, you successful NFL football player. You've been on the air for a long time. You probably don't need the money. So why this lawsuit?
It's very important that people understand this isn't about me. I have a great faith. I've been a believer all my life, and I believe that God put me in this position that I'm in right now. And I hope that we, at the end of the day, when this is finished, that employers understand that you can't discriminate against an employee because of their belief. I also work now at the Family Research Council as an assistant to Tony Perkins. Been there with him for over a year, traveling the country, hosting his radio show when he can't. And I have heard countless number of men and women who tell me they're afraid to have their bosses know they have a faith. This is America. And religious freedom is so important, and it's on trial. It's true. Bakers, florists, fire chiefs, it's all over America. And I just happen to be someone who has been pointed out in the sports world, and I intend to hold Fox Sports accountable for what they actually did.
Well, I want to go to Cleve, your attorney, Cleve Doty, for a second, because what is the law in Texas? And Cleve, distinguish it from Colorado, for example. We just had a case last week, Craig kind of referenced it, where the Colorado Court of Appeals said, no, Christian baker, you shall bake a cake and participate in a gay wedding ceremony effectively, whether you want to or not, that your religious beliefs provide no cover. So I thought with the Supreme Court decision and some of these decisions at the state level that it's fair game to discriminate against people who are Christian.
Well, so it's important to distinguish. The law of Texas is actually identical to federal law, and the law of most states, almost all 50 states, protect religious beliefs, especially in employment. So the baker situation is just a general business under business statutes, but federal employment law protects you when you hold, particularly when you hold a religious belief and come to work.
Have you tried to settle with Fox?
We've talked to them, so we've been through a mediation as part of the complaint process, and this has all gone on for a couple of years. Very, very early on, in fact, Craig, we'd worked with him and tried to get him reinstated. Hey, why are we doing this? This is nuts. Just put him back on the air, but they were not amenable to that. So.
Craig, going back to you for a second, we're talking to Craig James, NFL standout at SMU, and longtime color commentator in college sports. Worked for ABC, ESPN, and for an hour, Fox Sports.
Best hour of his life.
Yeah, right. So what has been the reaction among your colleagues, all the people that you've worked with in sports over the years or played with on various football teams? What's the reaction to your treatment from them?
Still have all of my friends. They know who I am. There was never an issue with producers, directors, management, on-air broadcast buddies. I still have those same friends. I went to New York this spring to celebrate John Saunders' 60th birthday. Many of my friends from ESPN were there, and we were still buddies. That's not an issue. But yet, all of those folks would be hard-pressed to get any one of them to stand up publicly and say anything about supporting me. There's a very vocal minority right now of folks out there in America who are trying to suppress and shut down the lane of religious freedom, especially Christianity. And so my friends, I would not even ask them to put their neck on the block right now.
Well,
it's a very tough time.
Well, and that vocal minority turns out to be in positions of leadership at networks like some of these sports networks, including ESPN. It seems to me, as I watch ESPN and sports regularly, political correctness has certainly infused itself into sports networks. So in terms of anybody playing politics, it seems like the leadership at some of these sports networks are playing politics and they're abiding political correctness.
Dan and Amy, that's exactly the point here. This is the issue. We have to make sure that through our case, and at least what I'm trying to accomplish, that these bosses, that these men who are in, or women who are in positions of authority at these big corporations realize there are laws that protect employees. And in Texas, I have an employee protection against discrimination based on religion. And they can hire and fire based on other criteria, but we have to uphold the law that are on the books right now.
But it's such a shame that you're not on the air. Do you miss it? And do you think anybody else will pick you up?
Yes, I miss it. And, you know, my agent told me as soon as this happened, man, you're radioactive. Think about it, Amy. If someone were to hire me right now, they'd have to answer to the LGBT community. Why are you hiring this guy who now is anti-gay? I'm not anti-gay, but because of Fox's reckless actions, that's kind of the headline for me now. When you dive in and if you looked at my lawsuit, you would see that the most important hire of my business life when I was running for the U.S. Senate seat in Texas was my senior campaign consultant, and he's an openly gay man. And I knew that, but he was the best man for that job at that time. You know, I'm not in this world to judge. None of us are. So I just, you know, it's unfortunate, Amy, that I can't go back on the air and talk about it. I started trying to do my own podcast, and I do have those out now and really enjoying that. So I'm having to kind of reinvent the wheel.
Well, so you don't practice employment discrimination, but you're subject to it for being a Christian. Very interesting sign of the times. And just the last question before I let you jump. Do you have any college eligibility left? Because my alma mater, Northwestern, could use you in the backfield.
I'd love to play for Pat Fitzgerald, man, and what a great school. And I've got one play left in me, but as soon as I get hit, I'm going to fall down, break, and fall apart. And be Humpty Dumpty.
Well, that could be the play that helps Northwestern beat Ohio State, so we may need to enlist you. All right, Craig James, good luck with your suit. Thanks so much for joining us. Cleve Doty, your attorney, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you both for having us. And just for everyone to know, if you want to see the facts, see the petition, you don't have to take Craig's word for it. It's all available at craigjamesfacts.com or libertyinstitute.org. Where we've posted all this, and you can see the emails, at least what we're allowed to share. It's all online.
craigjamesfacts.com or libertyinstitute.com. Thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
You got it. Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Amy.
You've made the switch, and it feels so good. You've switched to Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Plenty of sunshine right now, hot and humid, 76 degrees already at O'Hare, going up to a high of 84 degrees. The chance of a shower late this afternoon, then overnight shower and a heavier thunderstorm. And tomorrow, the rain continues, a high of 83. Let's see what the travel times are like, and thank goodness that headache on the outbound Kennedy is cleared up. Here's Jim Telemonte.
That's right, Amy. It's getting better. There are still delays from California to Canfield. 36 minutes is the travel time from downtown to O'Hare, 15 to get to Montrose. Earlier, the expressway was shut down on the outbound side because of a shooting near Sayre. Inbound, delays start at Irving Park, 34 minutes, O'Hare to downtown. The Edens is clear inbound, outbound jammed. Montrose to Lake Avenue, about a 15-minute delay. The Eisenhower, 56 minutes, Thorndale to downtown, 25 from Manheim, outbound 46 to Thorndale. Stevenson, 44 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 37. Ryan is 22 minutes, 95th to downtown, eastbound Adams Tollway. Jammed solid, 53 to Lee after an earlier crash, and westbound it's slow from Manheim to Lee. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com, Traffic Center.
CertaPro, painting is personal. That's why I've chosen CertaPro to do some painting for me. And it's not too late to get on their painting schedule. Get your home looking picture perfect for the summer and fall. And summer's the best time to get that exterior painting off your to-do list. Schedule your exterior painting to coincide with your summer vacation. You'll come back renewed and refreshed to a fresh, new, beautiful coat of paint on your home. With CertaPro, you get the best of both worlds. CertaPro is the biggest painting company in America, yet they're also your neighborhood painter. Here's what you do. Call CertaPro, 1-800-GOC. ERTA, that's Certa with a C, 1-800-GO-CERTA. You'll talk to Patty. Otis comes over. He takes measurements. There's a color specialist on staff to help make your home a personal expression of you. When the painters come, they move the furniture, they paint, they clean up. And when they finish painting, they move it all back so quiet, they wouldn't wake a baby. I've chosen CertaPro, and you should too. Go to CertaPro.com. That's CertaPro.com. Certa with a C. CertaPro, because painting, it's personal.
It's true, you can't take it with you, but you can make sure what you don't take with you goes to the ones you love, not the government. And you can preserve a legacy by doing one of the most important things possible for your children and grandchildren. It's critical to realize that if you don't have an estate plan, everything you own, including your house, cars, and investments, could be tied up in courts for a year or more. It could cost your estate tens of thousands of dollars in probate and legal fees, plus double taxed by the government. Avoid this by learning estate planning essentials. Tom Fortino of the Alpha Wealth Group and host of the Alpha Wealth Hour, heard Saturdays on AM 560, is hosting a free estate planning workshop on Saturday, August 22nd in Oak Brook Terrace. Tom's a featured expert on Fox Business, Fortune, and Money Magazine. To reserve your seat for this free estate planning workshop, call the Alpha Wealth Group today at 630-873-6326. That's 630-873-6326. 630-873-6326.
This message is for home intruders, the cowards who break into people's homes to steal their hard-earned property, criminals who shatter lives and rob people of their privacy and security. Listen very carefully. We're the home security experts at LiveWatch, and we're taking you down. Because we're letting everyone try our newest home security system for 1 full year in their home. To take advantage of this amazing offer, call now 1-800-500-9903. LiveWatch has been helping protect homes for years, and we've learned the secrets that intruders like you don't want people to know. Criminals, it's time for you to be afraid, because every person who calls will be protected against cowards like you. To the criminals listening, we're taking you down. To those who want to help protect their homes, call the security experts to try the LiveWatch security system. There are no long-term contracts, and if you're not completely satisfied, you can cancel at any time. Try LiveWatch now by calling 1-800-500-9903. That's 1-800-500-9903.
AM 560, The Answer.
On Friday night, I read the tweet from Michael Sam saying that he's walking away from football for mental health reasons. And I've been looking for what these mental health reasons are. And,
the mental health reason, I think, is that nobody wants to sign him to their roster. So that's a good reason to walk away.
But he was All-American SEC Defensive Player of the Year in 2014.
Yeah,
he was drafted.
Then he was cut by the Rams, and then he was cut by the Cowboys.
Yeah, and so he was playing Canadian football for Montreal, and he decided that he was going to call it quits. But he's the first openly gay player, and now he's retiring from the game for mental health reasons, which we don't know what that mental health reasons are. But he always said he just wanted to be looked upon by reporters as a player, not as a gay player.
Oh, heck yeah. I wish you guys were just saying, hey, Michael Sam, how's football going? How's training going? I would love for you to answer me that question. But it is what it is, and I just wish you guys will see me as Michael Sam, the football player, instead of Michael Sam, the gay football player.
I don't think so. I don't think that's true. Certainly, the indelible image of Michael Sam is when he was drafted last by the Rams. He and his boyfriend smearing cake all over each other's faces. So that's hard to look at him as just a football player when that's the image. But even still, he wasn't desired because he couldn't play at that level.
Sometimes if you're successful in college, it doesn't translate into the pros.
Right.
And that's
a small percentage of college football players make it in the pros. But this just in.
I want to remind everybody that he did sign up with Oprah and the Oprah Network to do a reality TV show, and that happened the day before he was drafted. She's been following us, so this might just be part of the narrative, the
that explains
Michael
it.
Sam I Am reality TV show that's going to be coming to the O Network soon.
That explains it. He's suffering mental health issues as a result of working with Oprah.
Take it easy, champ. Why don't you stop talking for a while?
Maybe sit the next couple plays out. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm gonna quit saying things when they crop up there in the old skull, huh?
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
You know, half of all heart attack victims don't even smoke. They're not obese, and they don't have a family history of heart disease either. 60% of us who do have heart attacks are found to have normal cholesterol values too. High blood levels of either homocysteine or C-reactive protein increases your risk of heart attack by more than 300%. Call and schedule your complete comprehensive blood test, and I'll include your homocysteine and C-reactive protein levels as well. Included in your comprehensive blood test is a complete blood chemistry, a differential blood count, and a comprehensive thyroid test, and much, much more. Reserve your blood test today, and today only. We'll pay for your computer-based special report that's personalized for your specific needs, so you can take your next steps to improve your health. The cost of these tests typically run in the $2,000 price range, but not today if you call right now at a fraction of excessive hospital costs. 800-794-1855 is the number to call. 800-794-1855.
ChicagoRadioDeals.com has pulled the trigger to bring you classes for Illinois gun owners. Take advantage of the new Illinois concealed carry class from Safer USA. Dave Lombardo, class instructor, is offering his concealed carry 16-hour seminar for only $150. This seminar is normally $300. It covers everything you need to know to protect you and your family with a concealed carry firearm for personal protection or against a home invasion. Dave is a pro and also the host of the show on Target Radio. Get in a little range time as well with a 1-year range membership from the Outdoorsman Sports Shop in Winthrop Harbor. This is a premier gun range in Northeast Illinois, and a 1-year membership is only $149. That's a $350 value. Your range membership includes great discounts on products and services at the Outdoorsman Sports Shop. So find out all the details only at chicagoradiodeals.com.
At lifequotes.com, we've solved the worst problem there is with buying life insurance, the medical exam. At lifequotes.com, you can instantly compare the rates of 50 leading life insurance companies and buy online from the company of your choice. For example, a healthy male, age 30, can now apply for $400,000 of high-quality, no-exam term life insurance for less than $35 per month. Females pay even less. LifeQuotes.com is online, private, and convenient. Want more good news? Life insurance rates are now at all-time lows. At LifeQuotes.com, we make it easy to search the life insurance market in seconds, view the lowest possible rates, and apply online to the company of your choice. Visit LifeQuotes.com today to see how much you could save. Plan availability varies by state. LifeQuotes.com, or call us at 1-800-640-LIFE. That's 1-800-640-LIFE.
Our thanks to David Stripling, Cesar Perez, and you for listening. We'll be back here tomorrow at 5 a.m. Let's go back now into the newsroom. Here's Jim Telemonte, who's in for Mike Scott.
Thanks, Amy and Dan. We've got some storms in the forecast, tales on that, and more coming up. First, an update from Fox News on AM 560 The Answer, WIND Chicago.
Fox News Radio, I'm Lisa Brady. He's not your typical potential juror.
2016, all the way,
Donald Trump arriving a short time ago at a New York courthouse after a weekend of campaigning in Iowa. Fox News Radio's Rachel Sutherland, live in Washington.
The Republican frontrunner rolled up for jury duty in Manhattan in a shiny black car and then waited through the media to do his civic duty, saying,
"Something we have to do."
Trump's been summoned for jury duty before and was reportedly fined for not showing up. A spokesman says the summonses were sent to the wrong address and the $250 fine was
Mic check, mic check. Mic check, mic check, mic check.
Is that today? When's the Benghazi committee?
The extreme thrill rides have been canceled for tomorrow. I don't know if it's because of weather or like waves because of the storms coming.
Yep, it's going to rain all day tomorrow.
Schedule. I'm going to forward that to you, okay? She sent me an emergency email to tell you guys.
All right.
Okay.
Cool. Thanks.
What was it? It's news. What was the extreme ride I was going on?
From 1:30 to 2. Remember I told you about it? The Sea Dog right outside I'll Call You.
Oh, yes.
Before, but Dan, as you just got out of it.
Right, yes. Otherwise, I would have just got out of it by saying, I'm not going to do it. Yeah, that would have been the other way.
What should we tease?
Wait, is the Benghazi committee today?
Gowdy Clinton will
No,
stay
they
until
have to be.
I thought it was in January when she's going to.
Clinton? No, October 22nd.
October 22nd.
Yeah.
I've already reached out to Gowdy's people. I mean, they communicate with us. They won't give us a day and time. Maybe they'll come out of August.
Please,
Well,
that
they're
would be
August
huge.
recess now. That's what I thought.
Oh, that's right. Okay. Who should we tease?
You want me to try to get Judge Napolitano again tomorrow?
I'm trying to get Napolitano, trying to get Fournier, trying to get Simendinger from Real Clear Politics.
Okay.
Somebody to talk Hillary emails.
Do you think Kristen McCurry would come on or no? Oh,
She's
you're
not
having
gonna
lunch
come
with
on
her tomorrow.
tomorrow,
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Trump for jury duty. That's a
Yeah.
good tease.
Oh, that's where I shot U.S. Marshal. Know exactly where that is. Deputy, anything to add? Scene kind of looked like
All right.
that. Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson.
Sideshow Donald reports for jury duty and exclaims he will be the greatest jury foreman the world has ever seen.
We're back at 5 a.m. 560, The Answer. I'm going to be on this jury, and when I'm on this jury, I will be the best juror
It's going to be tremendous.
that this courtroom has ever seen. This judge is going to love me.
Right.
The defense attorney is going to be scared of me.
I love jurors, and jurors love me.
Yeah,
And I care about their health.
He wouldn't say he's going to. Like, he would just say they love him already.
Right.
These judges love me.
Do we want Forrest Claypool?
Scene. I guess. Jury foreman the world has ever seen.